is up, you guys? Happy Friday. We have a lot to talk about. Now, let me know in the comments, in the chat, if you are familiar with the relationship between Stephen Belafonte and Mel B, also known as Scary Spice, or let me know if this is going to be entirely new to you. We have Pam Entertainment TV starting off saying, I remember this couple. They put the AF in Toxic AF. He is alleged to be a scammer, not related to Harry Belafonte at all. This should be interesting. Drugs, swinging, and so much more. And just from a brief overview, that's what I'm getting at. We are going to look at not the full document because it's 124 pages. It's about 42 pages, I believe, of claims, factual allegations, and cause of actions. And then there's a ton. I'll just scroll really quickly. A ton of, maybe we'll call them receipts. We'll see how strong of receipts we think they are as we go along. Just so many things attached here that relate to what Stephen B plans to use to prove or make his case of defamation against his ex-wife, Mel B. Before we get into it, we're going to look at a little bit of context. There's a lot. When I first pulled up the headlines, I thought it was really interesting that all of the headlines mention a monetary amount. So from People magazine, it says, Mel B, her ex-husband, sues singer for defamation in $5 million lawsuit. From E! News, Mel B's ex Stephen Belafonte files $5 million defamation suit. 5 million euros is over here. All of these headlines are mentioning the monetary award Stephen Belafonte is seeking. Now, why did I think that was interesting? Well, one of the first questions that pops into my head when I hear of a civil lawsuit action is, what are they requesting? What remedies does the plaintiff want? What do they want the person they're alleging did XYZ to do, to reconcile, to pay contrition, to make up for what they've allegedly done? And I like to know what that monetary award amount might be. So we actually have a clear-cut number here. It's $5 million, and all of these headlines are putting it in, first and foremost, right front and center. That to me suggests that these outlets do not have a very favorable approach to the ex-husband, Stephen Belafonte, which is fine. Maybe we'll agree with that as we go along. But what I thought was interesting is, let me switch over to this video. We're going to watch this video from Page 6, which, to be clear, that is some type of sister outlet. They're like related to the New York Post, or they're their subsidiary. They're owned by the New York Post. Let's look at what he says in this interview, because I think it's very interesting that these articles, not even just the headlines, but the articles themselves, do not mention this detail that's right here.
My daughter's at a certain age now, and she's getting bullied, and it has to stop. And now I feel that I want to go, and I want to, like I said, all monies are being donated to the US and the UK women's charities. I want to show the world who Melanie Brown is, because the real victims deserve it. She's using what women have gone through in horrific situations to be able to capitalize and make fake books and do all this stuff and actually line her pockets.
So right there, and that is the full length of the clip. So Page 6 clipped this 31 seconds that we get that snippet where he says, I plan to donate all monies to different charities, to women's shelters, right? But we have the rest of these news outlets, and I went in the articles, guys. They do not contextualize. They put in the headline, clear across the board, that he, as the plaintiff, he wants $5 million from his ex-wife. And even when you go into the article, you do not see them contextualize it that he plans to donate the funds, that he plans to donate the money. If you ask me, that's kind of a iffy way to frame things. So I'm going to be critical of that. Maybe we'll see. The next thing I thought was some important context was a little bit here about Mel B. We're going to find out that Mel B is about to get remarried. She just got engaged. And maybe that's important because maybe that's a trigger for why this lawsuit's being filed. He's going to say it's because a new version of a book that she wrote came out that is more damaging, and now he wants to clear his name. But maybe this is also important to take into context here. So let's see what they say here. I'm going to mute it in case since they're not speaking anyway. But she's now engaged to Rory McPhee, who's 36. Mel B is 48. So that's a 12-year age gap. If that was a guy and girl, sometimes that would be pointed out. But Mel B was saying, I didn't believe in love, but now I do. I found it again. We're engaged. So maybe that's a possible trigger for the timing of this lawsuit. And then the last piece of context before we go right into the filing is this here. And we are looking at The Sun UK. If you followed along with the Johnny Depp case, they were a not so favorite outlet. They were actually the underlying publication when Depp sued. He opened a lawsuit over in the UK, a libel and slander suit against NGN, who owns The Sun, because they were publishing libelous headlines about Johnny Depp. So let's see what they say here about Stephen B. We're actually talking here about his first wife, Nicole Contreras. It says here that when Mel B married Stephen Belafonte, she admitted, so Mel B admitted she knew, quote, he was no angel, and that he'd had run-ins with the law with several convictions, including one for attacking an ex-girlfriend. Here's the lowdown. And they're going to say that Nicole Contreras, she works on the show Selling Los Angeles. She was previously an actress. And then she was on Real Housewives of Orange County. And then what happened, apparently, when Nicole Contreras was in a relationship with Stephen Belafonte? Well, they started dating. They were dating for 6 years. They broke up after their daughter was born, 2 years after she was born. And then 3 years after he was convicted of battering her. So a lot of layers already. Nicole intimated in a recent Twitter post, and again, this article's from 2014, so when they're saying recent, it means recent as of 2014. She doesn't receive child support for their shared daughter. She posted a picture of Blac Chyna accusing her ex Tyga of no child support with the caption, sounds familiar. So shared victimhood there. Giselle still has contact with her father, frequently appearing on the red carpet with Mel and her stepsisters. So the daughter's still appearing with the dad on the red carpet while his ex is saying these things. But why does he have this domestic violence charge? What actually happened? Well, soon after they married, the singer was forced to defend her husband's violent history, talking about Mel B, when his domestic violence conviction came to light. In 2003, and this is The Sun writing this, so this is their language, The Sun is saying Stephen battered Nicole, who was then his common-law wife, at their home during a drunken row. The attack was described as a malicious and unlawful drunken frenzy, and he did not contest the charge. He said that of the incident that left Nicole with visible injuries, this happened crazily one drunk, retarded night. He was also accused of vandalizing Nicole's phone by spitting into it. So spitting into his phone, maybe so that way like the water would mess it up. That's gross. But that charge was dropped. Stephen said later that he did not realize he had admitted to battering Nicole, and that his admission came at a time when he was confused and stressed. This plea was rejected. He faced up to a year in jail, but avoided imprisonment. He was sentenced to a 1-year domestic violence counseling course, and he was ordered to stay away from Nicole. He missed several classes, but was eventually signed off from the program anyway. And then blah, 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 blah. So the interesting contextualization here is, you know, it's kind of a little bit unavoidable. You gotta ask the question, because Mel B's already been pressed on it. You knew, and people have asked you, don't you know about his history? When Mel B married him, she said, well, I know he's no angel. I know he's had these run-ins with the law. I know he's had several convictions, including one for attacking his ex. But I'm going to marry him anyway. And then if we fast forward to 2024, we are now dealing with a defamation suit. Now, to my surprise, this is not being filed in New York. It's being filed in Florida. We're going to go over all the backgrounds. We're going to see what Stephen B wants for relief. And we're going to take a look at a lot of the receipts that are included in this filing. There's a lot in here, and it's mostly going to be a blind read with you guys here to react with me. All thoughts are welcome as we go. And I want to highlight, hey, it's Eliza. It's Eliza says, The Sun is a rag publication. Personally, I agree. So you guys can do with that as you will, but I agree. And that's why I gave that little caveat when I was reading some of the language they chose to use, like the word battered and whatever. Maybe it happened, but Stephen Belafonte also says, I didn't realize I was making a plea or making an admission to these actions. So we could take him at face value, we could take the article at face value, we could sit somewhere in the middle. But let's see here. So we have Stephen Belafonte versus Melanie Janine Brown. So Mel V, that is Scary Spice. And let me do this, make it bigger for you guys, because it's a pain in the butt to read on a smaller screen. And there we go. So, Stephen B, they're going to call him Mr. Belafonte, plaintiff. That's so many syllables, Mr. Belafonte. By and through this undersigned counsel, hereby files this complaint for damages and relief against Mel B, and alleges the following. So this action arises from the total takedown of plaintiff. So already, you guys know I love when the attorney's writing a complaint, they go all in with the word choice that they use. And right here in this first sentence, we're calling it a total takedown. So this action arises from the total takedown of plaintiff by his celebrity ex-wife, Miss Brown, known as Mel B of the Spice Girls, who has spent the better part of the last decade engaging in a deliberate and wide-ranging campaign to cause him severe emotional distress and destroy his reputation. So this first sentence is hitting on a bunch of those elements of defamation, right? So celebrity, so she has an audience of her own, has been doing this for the better part of the last decade. It's deliberate, it's intentional, it's causing him damage. Like, in this first sentence, they're hitting all the bullet points that they're supposed to hit. Miss Brown has stopped at nothing to falsely charge plaintiff with crimes and horrific offenses, including physical beatings, raping, financial abuse, emotional abuse, trafficking, so we're getting the trafficking, and illegal gun possession. The long-brewing harassment orchestrated by Miss Brown began with a fraudulent claim of DV in 2017, which Miss Brown dismissed shortly after filing, but just before plaintiff and had his day in court. Had his day in court? Maybe that's a typo. Despite claiming that Mr. Belafonte would hurt me and my children, intending for such statements to be broadly disseminated to the international gossip press, Miss Brown soon dismissed her own baseless claims, gave Mr. Belafonte primary custody of their minor child, and was forced to pay out over $500,000. Now, why is this important? Why is this important? Because they're saying, look, her speaking out began with a fraudulent filing. She claimed DV. She ended up dismissing it shortly after filing it. But because she filed it, she's protected because she's saying these things through the process of litigation. So they're filing it in here, they're sliding in here. Look, she was already looking to make this move. And she very slyly filed something and withdrew it, seemingly to give herself the protections to make these accusations, but being protected by the action of it being in litigation. It's litigation privilege. That was in 2017. Where are we going from here? Miss Brown's campaign of abuse has continued to the present day with the 2024, so we're speaking 7 years, the 2024 republication of her best-selling book about her marriage to plaintiff, wherein Miss Belafonte leveraged her 30 years of fame to attack Mr. Belafonte in a malicious and vindictive global smear. So you're going to keep hearing these kind of motifs of defamation, right? 30 years of fame, she has a wide-reaching audience, she knows what she's doing. When you're famous, you understand that your words can reach people. that they'll be reported on, that they'll be disseminated. So it's not just an accident. It at best would be reckless disregard. Then they're also saying it's actually malicious, it's vindictive, and it's reaching a global level. So, from lying to the courts and the public about Mr. Belafonte beating her, causing a split lip and swollen face, to fabricating a jealous attack over the recording artist Usher during filming as a judge on the reality competition series The X Factor, to incredible stories of Mr. Belafonte cutting off her funds, leaving her with no credit cards, no internet, and only $936 in her bank account, Miss Brown has been profiting off of her public lies as she portrays Mr. Belafonte as a monster. That's another motif of a word. Maybe that was the word that was actually used, but we heard that word come up in the Jonathan Majors trial. We heard it come up with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It's a commonly used word when we're dealing with defamation and accusations slinging back and forth. And I do also want to pause that we know we're dealing with celebrities because I know there's people out there that would, only $936 would go a long way for a lot of people. So we're definitely dealing with celebrity people with money here. So she's calling him a monster on a global television and media appearances and in her ironically named book with co-writer Louise Gannon, Brutally Honest, the Sunday Times bestseller. Now, that's interesting because if you're saying something, if you're making these things that are said to be defamatory in something titled Brutally Honest, it's kind of implying that what you are saying, you're intending for it to be taken as fact, not opinion. So, and then let me see what you guys are saying. I see Daisy's here. I see Cruise Zoned is here. Happy Friday to you. And then Daisy says, never heard of him. Curious about it, though. And then, yikes, she said DV, but then gave him full custody. Not a good look. I think we're going to see some elements of that come in. Pam mentioned at the beginning of the chat that there's elements of drug use, partying, and maybe that was a motivation to, let the other parent have the kids. So, and then, hey, Rosemary, good to see you. So Rosemary says, didn't she try to do defamation against Eddie Murphy too when they were in a battle about custody? Oh my God, did she? Are there more layers here? We're going to need to peel 2 onions. It's too many layers. And Eddie Murphy was the one who made the onions layers. Oh my gosh. I don't know about that, but this would be crazy. So maybe Mel B has already tried to do defamation against Eddie Murphy when they were in a battle about custody, proving that he was the father. Man, this is all so many lenses of how I'm going to be reading this defamation suit. And to clarify, guys, since this is Stephen's filing, he's the one initiating this lawsuit. We're reading his complaint. It's from his perspective. It should be expected that what we're going to read in this specific document is going to show him in a better light and her in not so good light, because this is where he's making his arguments against her, right? These types of things are one-sided just by nature of the filing. So keep that in mind. Gotta have it be somewhat fair the way that we're looking at things as we go. And then the verbiage is killing me already. So, defendants' relentless attacks have been calculated, that's intentional, not reckless, to ensure maximum coverage of her false narratives and exact maximum damage to Mr. B's reputation and emotional state. To say nothing about the effects on their biological daughter, whose primary custody was tellingly, Daisy, they're quoting you, whose primary custody was tellingly awarded to Mr. Belafonte. In recent statements to the media, defendant has told the world, I'm telling the truth because Mr. Belafonte has never sued me. What? Hold on, what? I'm telling the truth because he never sued me. But what did we just learn according to this complaint right up here? Miss B quickly goes and files what they're characterizing as a fraudulent claim of DV, and then dismisses it right away, but only after she was able to run and go and talk to the media. And then she's saying, defendant has told the world, I'm telling the truth because Mr. Belafonte has never sued me. That's the only reason you're telling the truth? If someone's saying that's their reason for telling the truth, I'm telling the truth because I haven't been sued. Should we trust the what's being alleged is truth? Like, that's weird. That seems weird to me. Yeah, and I'm thinking about Rosemary, what you're saying here, like maybe she is, there's some credence here to the idea that maybe it's problematic when it concerns men. Because this is a weird quote. This is just a weird quote. After staying quiet through years of continuous emotional attacks in order to protect his young daughter from a drawn-out and public litigation and suffering from humiliation and severe emotional distress, while his ex-wife did everything she could to destroy him, Mr. Belafonte is left with no choice but to stand up for himself and expose Mel B's lies to the court and to the world. So now we're going to get into the statement of the case. A lot of this is going to repeat some of the relationship history, but following a 10-year tumultuous marriage during which Miss Brown repeatedly harassed and mistreated Mr. Belafonte. So here they're saying it was Miss Brown doing these things to Mr. Belafonte. Miss Brown filed for divorce. Miss Brown exploited the divorce proceedings to abuse and harass Mr. Belafonte, including by depriving him of access to his daughter for several months and having him removed from his home. Guys, this is actually an important detail. So while she was filing this proceeding, and this stuff can move slow, but what happens when there's a custody battle and a child is staying primarily with one person, their physical presence is with one person? A court doesn't want to deny a child the opportunity to see either of their parents for no good reason. But courts usually are not very willing to uproot an established physical residence for the child. It's disruptive. There can be all types of like fallout, adjustment issues, maybe even needing to switch things like school districts if the child's, old enough. So sometimes when, all right, we're going through this divorce, especially if there's restraining orders put in place, while the court has to sort it out, if the child is with one parent, all of that time that passes kind of is like checks on the scoreboard for the parent that has the contemporary physical custody of the child. That way, by the time the proceedings move forward and the judge has to decide, well, I don't think either parent's a bad parent or a danger to the child, whatever, they both could be great parents, but because the child is already used to staying at this residence and I don't want to uproot that, let's work out a arrangement that's favorable for the child to mostly stay in that place. But what happens here? Even with that factor being on Miss Brown's side, the court decides full custody to Mr. Belafonte. That's very, very interesting to me. That's very interesting. Miss Brown's vexatious litigation of the couple's divorce left Mr. Belafonte with no choice but to defend himself against the numerous false charges that Miss Brown brought against him, so that he could gain custody of and maintain a good relationship with his daughter, MB. Notwithstanding Miss Brown's efforts to brand Mr. Belafonte a violent spouse and unfit father, labeling him as a monster and an abuser, Mr. Belafonte has had primary custody of MB since 2019. So, depending on when this actually fell into place, that's 4 years that we're looking at there, maybe 5, somewhere in between 4 and 5. During this time, Miss Brown has barely maintained a relationship with MB, visiting her in the United States only once during the past 4 years, even though she has flown to the United States for work-related appearances, tapings on multiple occasions, to appear on America's Got Talent in Los Angeles, talk shows in New York City, and a television show in Utah. Moreover, Miss Brown frequently rejects to practice the daily court-ordered telephone calls. So the court said, These phone calls are ordered. You need to call your daughter daily. But Miss B is allegedly skipping multiple days at a time, having accepted only 15 of MB's 30 phone calls in the past month. Can you imagine trying to call your mom? All right, let me reverse this. If you're a mom in the chat, I'm going to I'm going to put myself in my mom's shoes. My mom would love if I called her every single day. She would answer or call me back every single day. I can't imagine my mom rejecting half of my calls. And I have a great mom. I really do. My mom is amazing. But there are moms out here, it's like a running, like, kind of like relatable but sad joke, like, call your mother more. So here's someone that Miss Brown tried to start divorce litigation, some custody battle. She had the daughter with her, but the court eventually, because the father, and this is usually an issue, the father usually has to make the initiative and put up the fight for the judge to hear their arguments and make one. I feel like the father fights an uphill battle in a lot of these situations. So Miss Brown had the physical custody. She had the daughter with her. The court ends up deciding, no, we're going to give custody to the dad, and we're going to order you to call your daughter every day. And then mom's missing half the calls. My mom would be like so thrilled if I called her every day or every other day. So to me, it's really hard to conceptualize someone fighting for their child in the beginning for the sake of filing a divorce claim. And then now we see this, that you're ordered to call and you're not making those calls. That's an X on the scoreboard for Miss Brown. So attached as Exhibit 1 is a message report from our Family Wizard, the couple's co-parenting app, showing Miss Brown's frequent rejection of MB's calls. So let's go down, what are we, on page 3? are you guys familiar? Is this it? No, that's all in the thing. Are you guys familiar with this co-parenting app? I mean, there's an app for everything, but that could be useful for people, I think. Where's Exhibit 1? This is a long document, guys. There's so many exhibits. So missed FaceTimes. All right, well, this is a little bit difficult because I don't really understand. Number of messages, 14. Missed FaceTime. I'm not really sure if I can dissect this well because I don't know where everyone is located. It seems like it's giving me time zone of the device that the outbound call is coming from. So it says it's generated by Stephen Belafonte, so presumably it's his app on his phone, and he's handing the phone with the app open for the daughter to make the calls. So it's his time zone, but it says like 5:01 a.m. I don't know where Mel B is at this time. Maybe it's reasonable. But the daughter seems to be sending pictures. There's JPEGs of some sort. So I don't know. But he is keeping a paper trail because it looks like every time it says, see below, blanks calls to you this morning, you did not answer. Maybe that's the app that's generating that. So who knows? But that's not good if you're court ordered to do something and then there's an app that's keeping the paper trail and you're still not motivated at that point to respond or return these court-ordered calls to your daughter. Because you have to know that there's a paper trail and you have to know that the court could ask for it at any time, or your ex-husband could take the initiative to take it to court and show them, but yet you're still not motivated to pick up the phone. So that's interesting. And that's a great point. So Daisy says it's good that the app shows the call was rejected and not missed, because rejected is on purpose. You see it. You're not just on set with your phone on Do Not Disturb for 8 hours or something like that. And then Pam's like, they were a mess. Both of them. Their divorce was messy. This is sounding like a mess. And I really I didn't expect this because, I tried to look up some background info before jumping into this, and I'm like, oh God, he has like a prior he pled no contest to something that was another DV claim. Like, this might be like litigation abuse. Like he might be trying to abuse his second ex, his ex-wife, through this litigation. That could be what I'm opening the door to reading this filing. I might come out thinking that. But right off the bat, even though I'm keeping in mind that this is him making the argument, there's some interesting things here that unless he's bold-faced lying about the court orders and, maybe the court didn't order them to have these daily phone calls with the daughter and the mom. Maybe that's a flat-out lie. That would be an egregious lie to put in like a filing like this. It's hard to believe that someone would do that. So it's easier to accept at face value that the court probably did order these things. So that doesn't look good for Miss B. So that's crazy. So where are we? But yeah, so showing the frequent rejection of MB's phone calls. In 2017, Ms. Brown withdrew the temporary restraining order against Mr. Belafonte in the family court proceeding after it became clear she had no evidence to support her false allegations against him. So back in 2017, and this is just their wording, this is Belafonte and his attorney's characterization here, but they're saying she had to withdraw that TRO because she had no evidence to support her false allegations then. And if they haven't dealt with each other, if they haven't been in the same proximity, and they're barely even communicating through phones, what proof would suddenly arise now, right? So, and more importantly, after Mr. Belafonte came forward with documentary and other evidence showing the falsity of her allegations, nevertheless, okay, so he had receipts back then, according to this, and kind of believe it. I would hope that in 124 pages of this document, when only 40 relate to the actual complaint, there should be a substantial receipt, at least in one of these things that's attached. If not, what a waste of the court's time, right? Like 100 pages worth of things that don't actually prove what you're alleging here. But nevertheless, the damage has been done. As a result of Miss Brown's false allegations of raping, illegal gun possession, trafficking, production of illegal pornography, domestic battery, and child endangerment, Mr. Belafonte lost access to his home and children. Further, and he has another kid with his ex, so some of these things, if you're accused of child endangerment, production, I don't know what kind of illegal pornography, illegal possession of certain things, these are things that could not just threaten your relationship with the daughter, with the person that's accusing you, but it could threaten your relationship with your children from other relationships. Like, that's broad. That's broad reaching. So further, Mr. Belafonte was treated like a criminal and subjected to a raid of his home, conducted by the FBI, the the ATF, and local police. So all of them came out. Investigations by these bodies of law enforcement concluded in no criminal charges for Mr. Belafonte. Now, on one hand, I'm going to say if he has another case where he pled no contest, if he has some type of little bit of a rap sheet, it makes it easier for a law enforcement body of any kind to hand something over to a prosecutor and for a prosecutor to say, well, even though we're not supposed to hold prior bad acts against somebody, this could be a win if we pursue this one. This one looks more like a win. This looks like an easier win. So sometimes those things are more likely to move forward when you investigate and do a raid on the home of someone that already has a bad reputation or something bad in their history. But you've got the FBI, the ATF, and the local police going in and finding nothing. Now, that could mean he knew of it in advance somehow, had it cleaned up. Maybe they just didn't do a good job, Not every investigative body does their job well. But when you have 3 bodies coming in and looking at something, it seems more reasonable to believe, if they didn't find anything, that there may have just been nothing to find. Having abandoned her battle against Mr. Belafonte in family court, Miss Brown decided to spin a false narrative about Mr. Belafonte in the court of public opinion, knowing that the public would be sympathetic toward her, given her large fan base and status as a famous, internationally renowned celebrity. And I would say, not for nothing, but if she's been doing this since 2017, really I would give it and I don't think we're past the climax here yet, but Me Too, believe all women was still a common sentiment. We're only getting to the point where we're pushing back strongly against the idea of believing all women all the time. But we haven't really toppled this idea of not taking allegations from someone seriously at the expense of, remembering that the accused also have rights, right? The accused is still the party put on the back burner. Maybe like 9 times out of 10. So to me, it's not just that she's a celebrity and she has this fan base and could garner some attention. It's also the fact that she's the woman, he's the man. Especially back in 2017, 2018, 2019. In contrast, Mr. Belafonte is not a public figure and does not enjoy the same capability to control the public narrative around him. Miss Brown leveraged her celebrity status to portray herself as a domestic abuse victim in order to market and sell a memoir laden with egregious lies. So, she did it to sell a book. This has enabled Miss Brown to build herself a new career and enrich herself at the expense of Mr. Belafonte's reputation and well-being. In private, however, Miss Brown bluntly admits that charity doesn't pay the bills, and that her true intentions are to leverage her charitable appeal for further sales, celebrity, and opportunity. And then they're going to have the screenshots, but there's this footnote here that says Miss Brown recently issued a public apology to fellow Spice Girls for shutting the door on them and keeping her distance from them during her marriage to Mr. Belafonte. So she's blaming a possible distancing from the Spice Girls on her ex-husband. Her public statements are contrary to her assertions disdaining a reunion for charity fundraising made in private to the Spice Girls, with whom she was in regular contact throughout her marriage to Mr. Belafonte. Oh, so you can call the Spice Girls, but you can't call your daughter? Like, come on. So, is there an apology? Let's see if it's like right below. Okay, so... Dang, guys, we got the inside tea on the Spice Girls group chat. So this is like horrible quality on my screen, so I know it's got to look horrible for you. But you see this top one, it says charity doesn't pay bills, and it's blue. So these are screenshots from Mel B's phone. And then I can't even read the name of who this is. Maybe that's Jerry? I can't even read it. It's so blurry. Maybe they blurred that one out. It says, I hope nobody ever hacks your texts. I believe we should do something good, and kicking off with a charity gig would be hugely positive. The power of our brand is enormous, and all our work is off the back of it, including Vicky. We will get something sorted. I have no... And then on the other side here, it says... The power of our brand is enormous, and all our work is off the back of it, including Vicky. We will get something sorted out, I have no doubt. XXX, back to the breast pump. And then, oh my god. So she says, why? My texts are fine, to me anyways, so no need to worry. Like I said, charity doesn't pay the bills. Why she put breaks, line breaks between all of her lines? Like I said, charity doesn't pay the bills. Everyone knows that. N-O''S knows that anyways. Happy Friday, XX. Keep me posted on anyone's touring ideas. So, the same person who apparently said, I'm telling the truth because he hasn't sued me yet, or whatever, tells her group chat with the Spice Girls, charity doesn't pay bills. Another Spice Girl calls her out for it, saying, I hope nobody ever hacks your text. I believe we should do something good. And they're talking about all these ideas for the charity, and then when Mel B responds, she goes right back to her text messages. Well, why? My texts are fine, to me anyway, so no need to worry. Like I said, charity doesn't pay the bills. Everyone knows. What? She really did say fuck them charities. Just like she's saying fuck her kid. She's not calling her kid. She doesn't care about these text messages. Like, this is not a good look. And it's like a parallel to... You guys know I hate comparing cases, right? Because every case has individual facts. But what was the thing that people constantly point out was the thing that got Amber Heard. If they're not going to say it was the audio recordings, it was her charity, her talk about charity, and how she pledged and then said she donated all of it already to 2 different charities. She was doing interviews stating that she said, yep, all of it. $3.5 million to the ACLU, $3.5 million to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. And then they found out she hadn't donated it. And like to this day hasn't fulfilled the pledge. She didn't even sign the pledge form. That's like what people ate at her for. And if you would lie about that for your own gain, now your credibility is hugely in question, because that's a huge thing to lie about doing charity work. You would lie about something like that only for the sake of making yourself look good. There's no reason to lie about something like that. But yeah, and I can't believe, so this is funny so far, and I can't believe we're like in Spice Girls group chat. Like, since reinventing herself as a spokesperson for abuse victims, Miss Brown has turned her lies into a full-blown career as a charity ambassador for Women's Aid, a UK-based organization for women escaping domestic violence, and gaining further celebrity from a book written to profit from those lies. It's like this is the steps, the 7 steps of positioning yourself as a victim and co-opting the experience of real victims so you can profit off the idea of being a victim. This is all consistent with that. These are the steps. Oh my God, I really came into this thinking like, he's got a weird background. This could be, he could be slinging mud here without much that'll stick, but we're 6 pages in and I'm like, girl. Oh my gosh. Upon information and belief, Ms. Brown is enriching herself through her charity ambassadorship at Women's Aid. More shockingly, Ms. Brown's egregious lies about Mr. Belafonte resulted in her appointment to the most excellent order of the British Empire, a British order of chivalry, rewarding one's contributions to, among other things, charitable and welfare organizations. So she's been recognized for her work as an ambassador. But here they're saying this ambassador role is to enrich herself through a farcical story. When the cameras were off, oh God, where is this paragraph going to go? When the cameras were off her, however, Miss Brown waged a destructive campaign of abuse of her own, reaching nearly everyone around Mr. Belafonte's and their child's orbit. She called their daughter's dentist in Los Angeles from the UK to falsely inform them of a restraining order against Mr. Belafonte and that he physically abused her. What? So Tasha's Exhibit 2 is correspondence from MB's dental office detailing Miss Brown's false statements, resulting in continued delay of MB's dental care. She called the police to perform a so-called welfare check on MB when MB, Mr. Belafonte, and Mr. Belafonte's sister all informed her that MB was fine. She lodged false police reports claiming that MB had no bed to sleep on and no food to eat in an effort to manipulate the child protection system. And guys, you know, shout out to them when they do good work, but they are certainly a body, a thing, a part of the system that is weaponized way more than they should be. So you can't call you'll reject your daughter's phone calls, but you'll call CPS. And you'll call the dentist to make complaints about your ex-husband to the point that it's delaying your daughter's dental care. You'll call both of those, but you won't call your daughter. You won't answer your daughter's calls. Like, what? Further, Miss Brown did and continues to perpetuate and publicize the false narrative of Mr. Belafonte as a violent and abusive man from 2018 until the present through incessant and relentless media appearances and interviews. Specifically in 2018, defendant published false and defamatory statements wrongfully accusing Mr. Belafonte of domestic violence, emotional abuse, and financial abuse in a Sunday Times best-selling autobiography titled Brutally Honest. The defamatory publication, she should have just called it My Truth, The defamatory publications were then republished in 2024 with 3 additional chapters. It's always really interesting. You go and add, like Taylor Swift, when she re-releases, it's a deluxe edition, there's extra stuff added to it. What's the purpose of that? It's to make more money. It's to sell more. It's to bring something back up after, maybe it's falling down in the charts, the sales performance is dropping. So you're adding 3 new chapters that I'm assuming we're going to find out contain things that she didn't allege previously. Well, why didn't you talk about if it gets worse, if we find out that these 3 new chapters get worse, then the question is, why wasn't it part of the book in the first place? So the defamatory publications were then republished. We've got 3 new chapters, and then the original chapters are still there. And they're saying here in this lawsuit that it was in an effort to cause even greater damage to Mr. Belafonte's reputation. I'd say that, but also in an effort to sell more copies. From 2018 to the present, Ms. Brown has also published the same or similar false and defamatory statements regarding Mr. Belafonte at numerous high-profile talk shows, press interviews, on The View, The Tonight Show, The Late Late Show, Today with Hoda and Jenna, The Jennifer Hudson Show. That's a lot. Ms. Brown, and so all these times, they said earlier in this lawsuit that she's coming out here to do these talk show appearances, but doesn't see her daughter. She's seen her daughter 1 time in 4 years. Ms. Brown did so to ensure that her false and defamatory statements would be published and republished in the United States. Now that's an important element, right? Because we're suing in Florida. And with defamation, if you say a statement somewhere, but then it's republished, but the initial damage was done the first time it was said, you might not be able to prove all elements of a defamation case. But if where it's republished, it reaches to a new audience, well, now you can acceptably say that these new statements made in 2018 to the present in the United States to this United States audience, it's a new cause of action. That new publication or republication is reaching a whole new audience, and thus it's defamatory in a whole new way. Because people that didn't know of your initial allegations just heard about it for the first time. And it's this new thing in the United States that's damaging your reputation. So that's why it's important here that they're specifying that this publication and republication is reaching a new audience, several new audiences, right? Because I'm sure there's different people that don't watch all of these shows. The wrongful publications of the defamatory statements by defendant, which portray Mr. Belafonte as a cruel, manipulative, and violent spouse, have severely harmed and continue to harm Mr. Belafonte. As a result of defendant's defamatory statements, Mr. Belafonte has received hundreds of hate comments and messages on social media platforms, as well as threatening messages from strangers that, on information and belief, are fans of Ms. Brown's. Now, there's going to be exhibits of this. We'll look at some of them. But I want to bring this up as a parallel. I've been critical of Grace Jabari's claims that she's filing a civil suit saying that she's facing harassment online, and she thinks that it's a coordinated effort by Jonathan Majors and his team to have people on social media attack her in comments and attack her reputation on social media. Would you say that this is the same thing? I wouldn't. I think it's totally different. What's the difference here? For Grace Jabari, we were well aware, especially anyone that was following comic book news or wanted to look at the trial. Many of us were aware independently, totally independently, from anything Jonathan Majors may have said or Priya Chaudhry even had said. We had our own thoughts based on what we were seeing relating to the case. We heard that he was arrested for, 9 counts, including strangulation. Something didn't add up. Before Priya Chaudhry even made a statement, myself and many others were already looking around on X like, well, this don't seem right. Let's look and see what the complaint actually says, what the report actually says, see how this moves forward. Then we see her testimony. We see her own testimony contradict itself. We see testimony that shows she has a problem with alcohol. So if I'm not leaving comments on her social media, but if someone's leaving comments on her social media saying that, she lied, or that she chased someone down the street, or that she's the one that drinks, anything like that. Is that the result of something defamatory that Jonathan Majors is saying? Or is that the result of something that was otherwise known or held as an opinion by somebody independently of anything Jonathan Majors may have ever said? But here, what Stephen Belafonte is saying is, nobody knows who I am. Like, nobody really knew who I was until, maybe my ex-wife was somewhat of a celebrity. But the people that are coming to talk to me now are coming as a direct result of what Mel B is saying in her books and in these TV show interviews. And it matters because, he's suing for defamation here. The fact that people are coming and showing and leaving comments goes to show it's evidence that his reputation has changed. His reputation has been negatively impacted. His reputation has been damaged by, well, he's saying that it's connected to the things that she's republishing in the United States. So, that it's a very clear distinction. You may hear me criticize Grace Jabari for making a claim that seems similar to this, but it's not a complete parallel. It's actually quite different. So I'm critical of Grace Jabari's claim, but I see why, in a prima facie consideration, if a judge looks at this and says, is there evidence here to show that a reputation was damaged? We're going to see some of these exhibits. These things do go, if you accept them at face value, to show that people changed their views of him because of something they heard Mel B say. At a prima facie consideration, that means on its face, if we look at it in a light favorable, accept it to be true, would this thing be evidence of an underlying element, at the center of this lawsuit? And we'll see these exhibits. We're not going to look through all of them. I think there's a lot, but a small sampling of some of the hate messages received by plaintiff are here to attach as Exhibit 3. Accordingly, the widespread publication of the defendant's defamatory statements has not only injured Mr. Belafonte's mental health, but it's also endangered his and his daughter's life. Mr. Belafonte now brings this action to hold defendant accountable for the blatant lies and defamatory publications that she published, republished, and spread to a worldwide audience. Then we're going to talk about damages and the requested injunctive relief. Probably one of these requests is probably going to be, stop saying these specific things about me. So, for the severe emotional distress caused by Ms. Brown's intentional and outrageous actions. And then the parties, so Mr. Belafonte lives in Miami, and then Melanie lives in Leeds in the UK. So they're saying that we're coming over to this court here in the Southern District of Florida because the amount is going to exceed $75,000. And that at the time, I lived here, me, the plaintiff, I lived here. And then furthermore, the defendant was fully aware that I lived here. The defendant intended and had actual knowledge that the defamatory and damaging statements would be republished in her book, which is available worldwide, including Florida. And that Ms. Brown also had actual knowledge that her defamatory and injurious statements would be viewed by people throughout the world, including in the state of Florida. So, these false statements, these malicious statements, were available on network TV and the internet in the state of Florida, and were in fact accessed by third parties in the state of Florida. Defendant willingly, purposefully, and intentionally directed her defamatory statements at and target Mr. Belafonte, a Florida resident and citizen. Defendant acted with actual malice and full knowledge that her statements were false and were intended to discredit and destroy Mr. Belafonte's reputation. And then defendant is subject to personal jurisdiction in Florida because she committed intentional tortious acts in Florida. Furthermore, defendant has sufficient minimum due process context of Florida because she intentionally published defamatory statements with the actual knowledge and intent of causing maximum damage in Florida and worldwide. Blah, 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 blah. So Florida, Florida, Florida. And then venues proper. Now, what's interesting about this is, and I should brush up on this because I'm not entirely sure, but when I hear about states, when venue shopping for defamation and civil suits like this, I don't usually hear Florida as a venue people want to go to. And a lot of celebrities do have homes in Miami. It's not that unusual that a celebrity wants, especially athletes. Tons of athletes have Miami homes. But people will still try to venue shop. One of the big reasons you hear so many cases come forward in California and New York, these defamation cases, are, they're anti-SLAPP. They're very strong in protecting speech. So if someone's making claims against somebody and you want to bring a defamation case against them and say it's proof, you have a big, big burden. You have a big, big burden there. You'll see a lot of people forum shop, but here he's just like, well, I live in Florida. Whatever, let's do it in Florida. I'm not going to venue shop. So I'd be interested to see in a response to this if they're going to they're going to imply that he's trying to venue shop. Because I don't think he really is. Facts relevant to all claims. Mr. Belafonte is a film and television producer, director, and talent manager. Miss Brown is one of 5 members of the world-renowned English girl group, the Spice Girls. Formed in 1994. Oh my god, that's so long ago, guys. They are the best-selling girl group of all time. AKA, they're really widely known, having sold over 100 million records worldwide and amassed a number of high-profile awards in the music industry. So, they're well known. They made a lot of money. They still enjoy worldwide fame and commercial success. In addition to their touring success, the Spice Girls continue to be an iconic cultural phenomenon worldwide. And guys, I was gonna joke, guess on a scale of 1 to 10 how much you think I listen to the Spice Girls. We'll skip that. I've heard more Spice Girls in my life from going to karaoke as an adult, and people, and always men, it's always a groups of guys that go up and sing the song Wannabe by Spice Girls. I've heard more Spice Girls now in the last 7 to 8 years of my life than I remember hearing as a kid, because I wasn't listening to Spice Girls albums or anything like that on purpose. So, I have no doubt in my mind that Spice Girls still are a household name of some sort in this day and age, not just in the UK. I'm obviously in the United States. I'm in Florida. They're still well known here. Their song was always being sung at karaoke back in New York and in Georgia when I was living in Atlanta for a while. Spice Girls are known in multiple states in the United States still. 2024. They're still known. So, upon information and belief, they're still the subject of great interest in various media around the world. Miss Brown and Mr. Belafonte began dating in 2006. They got married. Oh my gosh, they got married so quickly. Goodness, the couple married on June 6, 2007 in Las Vegas. Miss Brown gave birth to MB in 2011. So they didn't have a kid right away. They had a couple years of marriage first. Prior to their marriage, Mr. Belafonte had 1 daughter, GB, in a previous relationship. And Miss Brown had 2 daughters, one by a previous marriage, PB, and the second, AB, by Eddie Murphy, the actor and comedian who Miss Brown dated for approximately 3 to 4 months. Dang. I wonder when... what was the timing of their daughter's birth? Miss Brown filed for divorce in or around March 2017, which was settled in August 2017 and finalized in 2018. Mr. Belafonte was awarded and continues to have primary custody of MB. Throughout their 10-year marriage and thereafter, Miss Brown demonstrated a pattern of publishing false and defamatory statements about various individuals in her personal life. Okay, so we're going to get into a pattern. Are we going to see some examples? All right, let's get to the pattern. Going so far as to accuse those persons of committing heinous crimes in retaliation for their honesty regarding her serious substance abuse problem. In 2017, Miss Brown was sued for defamation by Lorraine Gills, a former nanny that had taken care of the couple's children for approximately 7 years. This was in California. The allegedly defamatory statements in that action included Miss Brown's public statements that Mr. Belafonte was having an extramarital affair with Miss Gills, got Miss Gills pregnant, and coerced Miss Brown into threesomes with Miss Gills. Okay, so what's the problem with this? An affair could be inferential. I have reason to believe that an affair is taking place. You could accuse someone of having an affair, and it might be credible enough, even if you don't have firsthand, you didn't barge in the room and see it with your own eyes, but you could say, look, there's some things I found in his bedroom that the nanny should not have been leaving in his bedroom, right? And you can make those inferences and come to your conclusion, and a reasonable person would agree. But when you say that you had a threesome, you're alleging threesomes, you would undoubtedly have firsthand direct knowledge of this. You're the one making the claim that the three of us did this very intimate thing, not just being in the same proximity as each other and being able to know what's going on at the exact same time, but like literally being on top of each other. You undoubtedly have firsthand knowledge. So you can't make a claim of something like this and just say, well, it was just inferential and here's why I thought that. If you're making a claim that you had a threesome, you're factually claiming to have firsthand knowledge that it occurred. So if it's not true, it can't be anything but defamatory, because you can't say that that's an opinion. In fact, it was Miss Brown that had an intimate relationship with Miss Gills for nearly the entire seven years of Miss Gills' employment. Well, and now we know she's engaged, so I saw that before pulling this up. She's engaged to a 36-year-old woman, Rory McPhee. So you can't just say, well, how could that be true? She's not even into females. So here, Stephen B is saying, like, look, this former nanny came and sued her. She was claiming that she was forced into threesomes. But in fact, Miss Brown and her used to have an intimate relationship all on their own. Just them two. The two ladies doing their thing. Like, oh my gosh. And Miss Brown later admitted that her accusations regarding the affair between Miss Gills and Mr. Belafonte were false. Okay, great. So if you admitted this, you've admitted that you've lied about Mr. Belafonte before. Miss Brown's attempt to dismiss Miss Gills' lawsuit on anti-SLAPP grounds was unsuccessful, and the denial on her motion was affirmed on appeal because the reviewing court found that Miss Gills' lawsuit was rightfully filed. So, in California, people venue shop to try to go there because they hope that, hey, slap this thing down. But they said no, Miss Gills has enough to move forward with it. So, in 2019, Miss Brown paid Miss Gills the hefty sum of 1.8 million euros in satisfaction of a settlement reached in the lawsuit. A screenshot of a portion of the widely publicized TMZ article demonstrating Miss Brown's public admission regarding their relationship is produced directly below. So, is this all three of them? So we have Mel B. Is this the nanny then in the background? Yeah, we had 3 ways with the nanny, but Mel B is not disputing what her former nanny claimed in her defamation lawsuit against the singer. Do we have this article? Maybe it's attached later. But still. TMZ publishes at 1 a.m. They're so messy. On another occasion, at an interview with Piers Morgan in or around March 2019, Miss Brown implied that she had a sexual tryst with fellow bandmate Jerry Holloway Horner. Dang, all the Spice Girls are getting wrapped into this. In a statement released by Miss Horner's press representative, Miss Horner denied that there had been any sexual relationship between herself and Mel B, and expressed disappointment and hurt that Miss Brown would propagate such false statements. Dang, that group chat has to have tension in it. That Spice Girls group chat. In 2018, Miss Brown falsely accused Rusty Updegraff, another nanny, formerly her employee, of sexually assaulting her children. Her own children? Or Miss Brown's? I guess either way, that's a heinous accusation. In retaliation for Miss Updegraff's confronting her about her heavy drinking, sexual relationships with strangers who frequented her home, cocaine use around children, as well as neglect of her children. So we're seeing another false accusation being levied against someone else, another former nanny. In video recorded evidence, Miss Brown made these false accusations to several third parties who knew Mr. Updegraff personally, going so far as to state that the nanny was, quote, fucking the children up the arsehole. Moreover, Miss Brown lied there had been a police investigation in connection with this alleged sexual assault, even though there was no such investigation and no related police report had been filed. Miss Brown was more interested in discrediting Mr. Updegraff to members of the community than the emotional harm she would be causing her family by spinning false... That's true, right? Because You're saying that some child is getting something up. I didn't even think of that until I read it after reading it. But when you're saying this, you're not just defaming the person that would allegedly be the perpetrator of the action. That's also humiliating for the alleged victim. If you make a false claim, like if I was the child in this situation, the public could think that I was, like sodomized or whatever. And that's humiliating. That can be really humiliating. So it's defamatory to both sides if that's a false accusation. They're really apt to point that out here. So obviously that's causing emotional harm on your own family, spinning false essay accusations. At the same time, Miss Brown, and guys, that makes me wonder, why would you make up something like that? Like, sometimes, I think sometimes the reason people lie is could be projection. So now that makes me wonder, why would you even come up with a lie like that? Oh my gosh. This is some real stuff. Like, I didn't really expect this opening this up. I actually thought this would be a situation where I'm not feeling that favorable to the one who's saying they were falsely accused. And I'm slingshotted all the way the other way at this point. At the same time, Miss Brown's outrageous conduct regarding Mr. Updegraff was calculated to cause Mr. Belafonte severe emotional distress, as it demonstrated Miss Brown's flagrant disregard of the emotional and psychological impact of the essay accusations on his children. Additionally, Miss Brown was sued in 2019 by an employee of hers, Gary M., for, among other claims, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Oh my god. But okay, in all fairness, you're someone with a lot of money. So we're hearing back to back, these people are suing her, these people are suing her, these people are suing her. So maybe there's a little bit of confirmation bias happening here because chronologically, Stephen Belafonte wants to lay this out because he's trying to establish that she has a history of telling lies and being sued and slapped up for it. Like, she's had to pay people out, right? It's beneficial to him to lay this out. But at the same time, maybe some of these suits are just someone that knows this is someone with a lot of money and I had this much emotional harm caused and I'm going to file something and hope I get a settlement out of it, right? So maybe there's so many of these filings because she's someone with a lot of wealth. So just to balance it out a little bit. But what's happening here, according to this lawsuit, with Miss Brown being sued in 2019 by another employee, Gary M. Mr. M alleged in his lawsuit that Miss Brown's psychiatrist, Dr. Charles Sophie, wrote prescriptions for controlled substances in Mr. M's name intended for use by Miss Brown so as to avoid, ooh, that sounds messy, so as to avoid detection. That's interesting because that would implicate the doctor. Upon information and belief, Mr. M and Miss Brown have settled this dispute for an undisclosed sum. Throughout their marriage, Mr. Belafonte slowly pulled back from his own career as a film and TV producer and instead focused on assisting with Miss Brown's career by serving as her manager and landing her business deals and various gigs as an artist. Guys, it always sounds good to do things together, but oh my god, can it get messy. The couple's marriage was heavily impacted by Miss Brown's serious substance abuse problem, which included the abuse of cocaine, alcohol, and prescription drugs, including but not limited to antidepressants and Valium, as well as dangerous combinations of the foregoing drugs with alcohol. Yeah. Oh man. For much of their marriage, Mr. B was deeply concerned for Miss Brown's health and well-being, as well as the health and well-being of their children, as evidenced in attached Exhibit 4, a text from plaintiff to defendant concerning her efforts to stop drinking. So let's actually look at that because I want to see when this was sent. So we're on page 14. I'm going to leave that highlighted. And guys, we have to navigate through a million pages to find Exhibit 4. Oh, these are the dentist things that we heard about earlier. Yeah, so this is all her getting in the way, and the orthodontics is expressing concern that the treatment can't move forward. Oh my god, the comments that they're leaving on his social media. Leave the sister alone. You're a monster. Someone just put flame emojis. Just finished Mel's book, Steve Stansbury, You Vile Cretin. And that's true because he changed his name to Belafonte. That's true, meaning his name is different, not that he's a vile cretin. Alright, so where are we getting... All of these are like referencing the book. Where's Exhibit 4? This is why there's 100 pages. And I'll link to this if you guys want to go through all these exhibits. Okay, so this is 2015. So 7/30/2015. So proud of you for not drinking. I'm going to support your healthy living also, but not date night. Thank you, honey. Love you for saying that. And then hot tattoo. I don't know if this is the same. I don't know if this is part of the same exhibit. She's at an airport. They're overbooked. She's posting a lot. Oh, we're going to get into Usher. Let's go back up because I think that bled into maybe Exhibit 5. Because I didn't really see the direct relevance. And then what page was I on? We're down here. This is a huge document. Holy moly. All right, so often... Oh. So often, while under the influence of drugs and alcohol, Ms. Brown would hallucinate, make up false stories, and let's reiterate. Substance abuse problem, a serious substance abuse problem which included cocaine, alcohol, prescription drugs, including but not limited to antidepressants and Valium. And then, like, down here, we're talking about possible hallucinations, making up false stories. And then when you're sober, you remember them and then blame Mr. Belafonte for her behavior, making him the enemy, because he was the only one that would confront her about the addiction behavior or drunken and intoxicated episodes. Mr. Belafonte implored Miss Brown to seek help in connection with her rampant alcohol and drug abuse. In response, and in an effort to deflect blame for her substance abuse and her irresponsible behavior while under the influence, Miss Brown would lash out at Mr. Belafonte and hurl abusive verbal attacks at him or blame him for her irresponsible behavior. So that like long thing about the airports, all that, those texts, that long stuff, is a sample of that. A small sampling, they say, between Miss Brown and Mr. Belafonte, demonstrating Miss Brown's abusive language and belligerent behavior. Miss Brown's intoxicated episodes grew so frequent and so out of control that in order to protect her and help her, and her therapist understand the extent of her actions, Mr. Belafonte took a video of Miss Brown acting out violently or inappropriately. Took video, not a video, took video. Such as when she tried to pound vodka shots with her teen daughter, or when she left their London apartment in the middle of the night in her pajamas to get a glass of wine. Oh my god. Oh my god. So you're pounding vodka shots with your teen daughter, but from like 2020 to 2024, you can't even answer a FaceTime call with your younger daughter. This is like, it's okay to some extent to be friends with your kids, but this is not how you be friends with your kids, especially before they're of legal drinking age. And then you're sneaking out in pajamas to get a glass of wine. But despite Mr. Belafonte's intentions, Miss Brown turned his axe against him, publicly and falsely charging him with taking and sharing illegal revenge porn type videos. So is this type of video footage what... I want to hear more about that in the response. I want to hear more. Was something accidentally recorded because there were cameras around the house that shouldn't have been, and she's alleging that he used it improperly? Or is she calling, like, videos of her pounding vodka shots and going to get a glass of wine? Is she trying to say he was taking revenge porn of her? Throughout their marriage, Miss Brown would also frequently ridicule Mr. Belafonte's physical appearance and medical condition. For instance, on at least one occasion, Miss Brown made disparaging remarks to at least one third party about Mr. Belafonte's experience with lupus, an autoimmune disease with severe symptoms. A screenshot containing, I guess they're going to say it's contained here. You just get it. Oh my god. All I see is her green bubble saying, "What is lupa?" What? Oh, that must be from the friend. Okay, so she's sending this to a friend. All of these long paragraphs. This sounds exhausting and I haven't even read the words. You just get it. But it's made worse if you're stressed out, if you smoke, drink, and do not work out. So he's fucked. So she's saying he's not working out, so it's even worse. You can't have sex properly when it's bad. So many nights I would lay beside him and he would have a seizure so bad and he would make me go to the sleep clinic centers with him. It got so bad towards the end that he slept in his car, sat up because he couldn't control his seizures. And when he would wake up from a seizure, I would pretend that you didn't have one because I was so scared what I was seeing and it was disgusting to watch. This is disgusting to read. You're pretending. You're saying you're telling a friend. Right, she's telling this to a friend. She could be embellishing it to make it sound like a crazy, like, woe is me, all of this stuff I have to go through. It's every day. And maybe that's not the case. Maybe some of the stuff is an exaggeration. But in however she's relaying this to her friend, no matter how true on its face it actually is, in her own words, she's still choosing to tell her friend voluntarily that I would pretend that you didn't have a seizure because I was so scared what I was seeing, and it was disgusting to watch. It looked so painful and his whole body would shake, and it was like he was having an epileptic fit, and then he couldn't breathe or walk or talk. He is living in hell. So now she's changing it. Now she's changing the sentiment here, halfway through her long run-on sentence. He's living in hell, and this whole entire body is constantly in pain. That's why his brain does not work, and he sometimes forgets his name. Well, this could be self-serving if he's telling the truth about you, and you don't want people to believe what he's saying about you. This seems convenient. How his brain doesn't work properly, and he sometimes forgets his name, even mid-sentence. He can't remember his own name, or what he's talking about. Oh my gosh. Haha. Oh my god, this is still her talking. Haha. Girls think they do want to fuck him. Haha. How do you make this a conversation about other women? But when they do, they get disgusted. Then they have to sleep next to him with his sleep apnea and seizures from his lupa. Yuck. So that's why the friend's like, what is lupa? So wait, we're getting through all of this. She hasn't told the friend that she's talking about lupus. What? From his lupa, yuck. It's so hard when you have to lay next to him and his disease. What is lupa? I knew you was going to ask me. It is true that medical science has not yet developed a method for curing lupus, and some people do die from the disease. Okay, this sounds like she copied and pasted this one paragraph. I knew you were going to ask me, so she went to Google. Does it sound like she Googled this one paragraph and copied and pasted, where it says, it is true that medical science has not yet developed a method for curing lupus, and some people do die from the disease. Is this like the first time she Googled what lupus is, while she had a whole paragraph rant about how disgusting it is that her boyfriend has lupa? Like, okay, so if lupa is a day of the week in like another language, maybe that would make sense why it's capitalized from the friend and why it's capitalized here. God. Yeah, this paragraph has to be copied and pasted. That's disgusting. Can you imagine this is the first time she looked up what it was? She spent more time complaining about this to a friend about how disgusting he is and how other women are disgusted by him, apparently, and how he forgets things. And then a friend's like, okay, what is lupa? And she's like, oh, Google. Oh, it's lupus. Girl. No. Okay, so Barbara. So Harry Belafonte, no relation to Stephen Belafonte. I don't know why this is like knocked down. I must have like hit it while ranting. He changed his name. I forget what it is. He had a different name and then he changed it because it seems like maybe he wanted to get away from a prior. He pleaded no contest to something, so I'm not sure when he made the name change. Maybe he wanted to distance himself from that. Either that, or he says he was in production. So maybe just Belafonte sounds like a better name if you're trying to get production gigs in Hollywood. You change it to something where people assume you're related to someone. You just like false nepotism your way into things by changing your last name. I don't know. But no actual relation to Harry. And then let's see. So she goes on. She copies and pastes this paragraph. It's like the only place she uses a period. Hold on, wait. Let's go over to this long paragraph on the left side. There is not a single comma or period over here, or in any of these. The only time there's a comma and a period is in this one copy and pasted message. Oh my god. Yeah, so exactly. Your proof in case of the faux nepotism name. It's bad what he has. He loses his memory. You can call it lupus now because you finally Googled to research what you're complaining about. It's bad what he has. She doesn't even want to go back to giving it a name. He loses his memory. He doesn't know what he's talking about, that guy in his lupa. His body goes numb, he has seizures, his skin crawls, his eyes look red, and his face color goes pale. It's an awful, awful, horrible disease. Yeah, so awful that you sit there and pretend he didn't have a seizure while he's having trouble breathing, his eyes are going red, his face goes pale, and you're sitting there pretending he didn't have one because you're grossed out by it and inconvenienced by it. This is nuts. This is like, let's say that this wasn't, I feel like there is some type of, I don't know, I don't have expertise here, but I'm sure there's got to be some kind of something that's kind of like not being a good Samaritan when it's obvious. Like, if you witness a crime and you don't report it, like, that could be an issue for you if they can prove that you witnessed it and chose not to call or something like that. But what if you witness someone having this type of thing and you just sit there and go, girl, he looks so gross right now. And he's like losing consciousness next to you. His head's seizing against the floor. He's losing color, and you're describing it in a text message. And you're like, haha, I'm pretending it didn't happen. There's gotta be something that you can be held like culpable for. If it was a child that you're in a guardianship role for, right? This would be clear-cut neglect in like such an egregious way. If she was saying this about her child. Like, this is nuts to read. This is her own words. And the whole time she's just like, ha ha ha. It's so inconvenient to me, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like she really might be, guys, and I want to reiterate that in my head I'm theorizing that she's exaggerating how often and how horrible this is, because she wants to, on the flip side, paint this picture that he makes up stories in his head and he doesn't remember things correctly. Because at this point in time, he may already be expressing, or she's concerned he might tell someone about how she acts and what she's doing. So part of this, oh, he has lupa. Oh, well, I'm going to make it seem like it's this crazy mental thing that makes him talk crazy. That way he can't turn around and convince anyone that I do these things that he says I'm doing to him. Or that I do when I'm on a combination of Valium and alcohol and cocaine. This could be like a preemptive seed sowing. I feel like I just got like my skin crawl thinking about her text here. Like, oh my god. It's bad enough even if she's not plotting ahead of time. Don't get me wrong. If she's just talking like this, and she thinks she's genuinely just describing something on its face, she's just reporting what happened without any embellishment, the way she's talking about it is still disgusting. But it takes it to a whole nother level if she's talking about it in this way, willingly, in her own words, in a text message, to build a story, to create a scenario where he would not be believable. Miss Brown's text messages despairing Mr. Belafonte's appearance and lupus, yes, let's spell it correctly, is reproduced directly below. So this is just, they didn't space it correctly. They're talking about what we just read. Miss Brown's deliberate pattern of ridicule and disparagement was outrageous and calculated to cause Mr. Belafonte severe emotional distress. Yeah, it sounds, to me, honestly, it sounds like she's setting the stage to gaslight. Like, this is crazy. In fact, on at least one occasion, after falsely claiming in public and in court that Mr. Belafonte was threatening to publicize sexual content of her, Miss Brown shared a video depicting Mr. Belafonte engaging in sexual activity with a third-party individual. So she's claiming revenge porn, but she's the one doing it. She's the one releasing revenge porn. Plaintiff was forwarded and currently holds a copy of said message disseminating the reference video. So we've got it. And that's not good because there's criminal penalties for this type of thing. I don't know what like a statute of limitations would be, but furthermore, on many occasions, Miss Brown would call Mr. Belafonte repeatedly if he failed to answer his phone. But you don't call your own kid? So you're blowing up Mr. Belafonte's phone. Or would engage in a pattern of sending him incessant text messages of a jealous or spiteful nature. But you won't answer, you're rejecting court-ordered calls from your own daughter. I need a scoreboard behind me. Guys, when we started, I need to do like my predictions going into something, because it would have been like more X's probably on his side just from like the stuff, the preemptory stuff I read before opening this. Because the headlines reported this as a money grab. They made it look like this was some money grab by him. And they brought up his past no contest plea and his other relationship. And my only like one X for her starting was like, when she was getting married, they pressed her, like, don't you know he has a rap sheet, a history? She's like, yeah, I know he's not an angel, but whatever. I was like, okay, that could be an X for her. Now, on page 16 of this, the scoreboard would be like, I don't know, probably approaching 10 X's, 10 red X's for Miss Brown. Like, and I think I'd really only have the one or two that I came out. He's got a prior that relates to an ex-girlfriend. That's suspicious. I don't know if I would have really added an ex yet. And again, this is his complaint. It's obviously going to be things that are in a negative light against her because that's who he's bringing this case forward against. I would not have expected that we would have gotten here, and I'm already sitting here, the charity thing, making fun of Lupa or Lupus. This is like some disgusting behavior. And it seems like there's enough here where maybe not everything he's alleging is true. But looking at her own words, it does not look favorable for her. Like, even if it was mutually toxic, the snippets we've seen so far, she does not seem like an angel. Miss Brown sometimes did this while the couple were apart and staying in different time zones, such that it would be daytime in Australia or the United Kingdom where she was, and nighttime in LA where Mr. Belafonte was sleeping, thereby interrupting Mr. Belafonte's sleep. You just made fun of him having sleep apnea and how annoying it was, but you're blowing up his phone when it's nighttime where he is. We just got done reading paragraphs of her freaking out about how he can't sleep and he's constantly waking up with apnea and seizures. And then you're blowing up his phone, interrupting his sleep. Miss Brown's deliberate pattern of harassment was outrageous and calculated to perturb Mr. Belafonte and cause him severe emotional distress. By way of example, and not... Okay, so this is like an example of it. So whoever put this filing together, it looks like when they were trying to like place the pictures, they either like moved or reformatted some stuff, and it didn't move the pictures with the text in the right way. But I guess these are supposed to be examples. Oh my god! The right-hand side, guys, this is going to be so small for you to read. Maybe I can like... Let me see how this zooms in. Alright, let me super zoom in. Does it let me scroll over? Alright. Are you here tonight or no? Why? So you can make plans? Oh, are you planning your schedule around someone else's schedule? With you, yes. I wanted to take you somewhere, silly. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Or are you gonna surprise me? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Stop being a little bitch and answer me. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Does she have this 4 set of question marks? Oh, that one's 5. I was gonna say, does she have it copy and pasted ready to fire off? And then, if you're around today, want to come by the set today? And then no response. Pick up your phone. All right, now we're a few days later because we're in August. Pick up your phone. Question mark, question mark. Like just under 20 minutes later, more question marks. 3 minutes later, it's 4 a.m. in the morning. Last time I spoke to you was 11 p.m. Pick up the phone. You think I'm stupid? Question mark. Trying you again. You better pick up. And then he says at 1:05, FaceTime if you want. If no, let me sleep. And then she just says, go fuck yourself. So he answers 5 minutes after this last text. How long was that? It's about 30 minutes. I don't know when this one was sent. But 12:35. And then he answers at 1:05 and says, FaceTime if you want. If not, let me sleep. And then she finally, instead of actually accepting the invitation to finally talk, she just goes to go fuck yourself. So, like, what? Oh my god, this sounds exhausting. That sounds super exhausting. Additionally, on at least one occasion, in November 2010, Miss Brown was photographed by paparazzi in a public setting in London. And what appears... Is this going to be the thing with Usher? Oh no. Tamar Hassan? You're going to rip me in the chat. I don't know who that is. But he's apparently an actor. For example, the Daily Mail ran an article entitled, Look Away Now, Stephen. Mel B gets very touchy-feely with Hardman actor Tamar Hassan. Do they have it? Let's look at it. That's the picture. I mean, it looks like she's sitting on his lap. Oh, okay, the one on the right. I don't know. Is her hand actually on his butt? Her butt? Or is it on the arm of the chair? I mean, still, you know. I wouldn't love to see... What if I had a picture? Because I'm a girl. But if I, like, reverse the roles here, I was about to say, I wouldn't like to see my boyfriend sitting on a woman's lap. That would be pretty effeminate, pretty emasculating. But I don't know. I mean, it's not really a good look to be sitting on someone's lap. I don't know if his hand's actually on her butt. I don't know if that makes a difference. But the publications of these photographs, which Miss Brown instigated. She instigated them. Subjected Mr. Belafonte to ridicule and emotional distress. Further, and they don't say upon information and belief, they flat out say she instigated it. So do they have receipts of that? Was it, like, submitted by her team? Did she send the pictures in? Further, Mr. Belafonte would come to learn that Miss Brown did have an extramarital affair during her London trip in November 2010. Since that time, the couple's relationship went downhill, and Mr. Belafonte's trust in their marriage was irreparably broken. Wow. Okay. So, they're laughing or whatever, but look at these quotes in the article. We get touch-ups on the way, so we'll never get to the point where we're like, oh my god, we're getting divorced. She then added, I think we'll just kill each other instead. What? And mother of three Mel added that she has found the therapy has helped her become more open with her producer husband. You just say, I think we'll kill each other instead, and then say, yeah, I think therapy has helped me become more open. Like, well, you kind of just said something big there. Maybe open, but not not with sentences that sound very good. Oh my gosh. I wonder what those therapy sessions were like. There was, like, a small clip. E! News had a small clip of one of their counseling sessions. And the therapist was like, well, and when you're having these moments where you say everything's wrong, what do you do to let him know that something's wrong? And then she's just like, I go quiet. And he's like, well, I'm not sure that being quiet is effective communication. Do you do other things to communicate? And then she just sits there quietly in response to the therapist's question and, like, starts sniffling. Like, that moment is making her do the same thing that she's just saying she uses to communicate when there's a problem with her husband. She does it to the therapist in that exact moment. I gotta find that. It was a very short clip, but I was like, what? It didn't really like stick out to me, or I would have bookmarked it. But now I see that quote where she's talking about like therapy is really helping me be more open. And I'm thinking about that one therapy session that was videoed for E! News. In April 2017, in the course of the divorce proceedings, Miss Brown took the psychological warfare she was waging against Mr. Belafonte to unprecedented heights. Miss Brown applied for a TRO against Mr. Belafonte, submitting a declaration in support thereof on April 2nd, 2017. The TRO declaration falsely charged Mr. Belafonte with, among other things, brutal domestic violence, felony gun ownership, kidnapping, extortion, financial abuse, and cruel and malevolent behavior. Miss Brown submitted the TRO declaration, which was outrageous on its face, with the specific intent to destroy Mr. Belafonte's personal life and reputation, separate him from his daughter, and cause him severe emotional distress. Unfortunately, the family court in California granted Miss Brown's application for the restraining order, which isn't that high of a burden for a TRO, which resulted in Mr. Belafonte's removal from their marital home, as well as a court order preventing Mr. Belafonte from seeing or contacting MB. Moreover, concurrently with her filing the TRO declaration, Miss Brown also emptied the couple's bank accounts. Oh, gotta protect that. So much danger. Which caused Mr. Belafonte severe hardship in obtaining alternative housing upon his court-ordered removal from their marital home. The statements made by Miss Brown in the TRO declaration were intentionally and maliciously made with the intent to deliberately inflict humiliation, anguish, and emotional and physical distress, and they were made in wanton and reckless disregard for consequences to Mr. Belafonte. A temporary restraining order was granted, and this must be going to pattern, because this isn't, I mean, maybe we'll see later. I don't think a cause of action is like, malicious litigation. But it's an important point to include to establish a pattern or the lengths that she would go to, the intent, a pattern of being reckless and wanting to make herself look good. She's really reckless about what the things she does to make herself look good would do to others. A temporary restraining order was granted as a result of the outrageous charges made in the TRO declaration, which prevented Mr. Belafonte from seeing or contacting his daughter until the restraining order was withdrawn. In particular, in the TRO declaration, Miss Brown fabricated from whole cloth specific incidents in which Mr. Belafonte supposedly beat her. One such fabricated incident in the TRO declaration recounted as follows. All right, so we're going to get the quotes. In July 2012, while I was taping The X Factor in Sydney, Australia, I was sent by the show to New York to do what is called a home visit segment. Usher, the recording artist producer, was to appear in the segment with me. On the evening of the taping, Mr. Belafonte flew into a rage, claiming that I had been flirting with Usher all day. Mr. Belafonte was clearly jealous without reason. Mr. Belafonte punched him. Usher's always getting dragged into these, jealous couple spats. Mr. Belafonte punched me with a closed fist in the face, causing my lip to split and then swell. I asked Mr. Belafonte how I was supposed to work with a swollen lip. This sounds like deja vu from another case. And he told me that I should have thought of that before I decided I wanted to flirt with and fuck Usher. When I showed up on set with a swollen lip, people began asking questions. I lied in order to cover for Mr. Belafonte and told everyone I had an allergic reaction to shellfish. My lip and lower portion of my face was swollen to the point that I had to be filmed from a particular angle so that the injury would not show up on tape. The producers called a doctor for me because my face was so bad. The doctor gave me a steroid injection in order to treat what I told him was an allergic reaction. I risked my own health by taking a medically unnecessary injection because of my fear of Mr. Belafonte and what he would do if I did not cover for him. Guys, this could be the same courthouse. Was this Los Angeles? It said April 2017. I don't think we get, maybe they'll attach they're pulling quotes from it, so we probably don't have the affidavit attached. But what's interesting is this could be the very same courthouse with the famous bruise picture with Amber Heard, and, paparazzi knew to come take that picture. And she made a very similar claim about having to cover up for a night show appearance. But maybe this incident was true. Maybe this incident was true. And she says she did it because of her fear that what would happen if she did not cover for him. But the so-called attack was a complete fabrication, as demonstrated by contemporaneously taken photographs, including ones taken by paparazzi. Guys, this is deja vu. The same night as the Usher appearance, on July 25th, 2012. Attached as Exhibit 6 are photographs. So she's using an incident from 2012 in a 2017 TRO. Attached as Exhibit 6 are photographs dated July 25th, 2012, the first showing Miss Brown on set with Usher, and the second showing Miss Brown in the same outfit later that evening, where Miss Brown shows no signs of injury whatsoever. Less than 48 hours later, on July 27th, after having brunch with friends, Miss Brown was back on air, making a TV appearance on Good Afternoon America. July 27th, 2012, with no appearance of a split lip or swelling. Miss Brown even posted a photo of Usher on her Instagram in April 2013, a year after the attack, without any apparent distress about the incident. Attached as Exhibit 7 are photographs of Miss Brown having brunch with friends, Miss Brown's Good Afternoon America appearance, and a screenshot of the April 2013 Instagram post. So let's go down and look at, we are on page 20, let's go down and look at these exhibits. Oh, we're going to get to that picture, because that's what I thought was going to be the most interesting thing, the one I just scrolled by. That is not a picture from what we just talked about. There's tea, guys. All right, where's Usher? All right, so is this the first one? So Usher for X Factor. She said that they could only film her from certain angles, or maybe this was taken before the fight. But she said they could only film her from certain angles because her lip and face was so swollen, her lip was split. And then this is later in the same outfit. I mean, it's very pixelated, but I don't see any indication of a split. So, and is that it? I don't know if this is part of the same thing. What's this dated? I don't know, that kind of looks like blurred, but it actually looks blurry, not puffed up. I don't know. I know it's blurry, but do you guys see anything that indicates a split lip? He's taking selfies. And pictures at brunch. And then this must be the 2013 repost. So. I don't know. I personally didn't see an indication of a split lip, but I'm not the best at judging pictures and what could be visible or not. And then given Miss Brown's celebrity status, and let me see, so Pam says she's only being filmed from one side. I don't know, she's taking, the picture of herself that she took of herself was crooked, but the other pictures were like her full face, like, with her lips visible. Like, the selfie, it was like, kind of like, you couldn't see over here. But I don't know. And then you guys are saying, Usher. But yeah, so what else are we going to get here? Given Miss Brown's celebrity status, Miss Brown was fully aware that the TRO declaration would be publicized and made available to the public at large. Indeed, the TRO declaration and the false statements therein about Mr. Belafonte were publicized on major news outlets in the US and internationally, including but not limited to TMZ, Page 6, Entertainment Tonight, Daily Mail, The Sun, and US Weekly. Moreover, her outlandish accusations did not stop with the TRO. On at least one occasion, Miss Brown contacted a third party with whom the couple had engaged in consensual group sexual intimacy and asked this woman to participate in the family court proceedings by falsely accusing Mr. Belafonte of raping her. Unfortunately for Miss Brown, this woman submitted a statement to the family court detailing that her sexual encounter with the couple was consensual and that Mr. Belafonte had not raped or otherwise sexually assaulted her, that Miss Brown had contacted her and requested that she lie about Mr. Belafonte, and that she had refused that request. Well, if this is really how it played out, shout out to this person for saying to the court, she requested me to lie. She asked me to tell you a lie, Your Honor. Although unsuccessful, Miss Brown's attempt to induce a third party to charge Mr. Belafonte with rape was deliberately undertaken to cause, and did in fact cause, Mr. Belafonte severe emotional distress. Unfortunately, the widespread reporting about the parties' divorce was only the first link in an extensive and continuing chain of false and defamatory narratives publicizing and perpetrated by defendant about Mr. Belafonte. The defamatory statements that are the subject of his action were made by defendant with the deliberate purpose of portraying Mr. B as a cruel, manipulative, and violent spouse that subjected Miss Brown to years of humiliation, exploitation, and abuse. As part of the scheme to portray Mr. Belafonte as a malevolent spouse, Miss Brown appeared in a public service-style domestic violence awareness video in 2021, in which she's beaten bloody by an actor. The video has garnered 1.3 million views and is available at the following link. How long is it? Oh, it's like 5 minutes. That's a bit long. But we're going to get a clip from it. So they enact like a lot in that. She's like artistically getting beaten and raped in this video. But a screenshot from this video was then included in an article written by Louise Gannon and then published in the US Sun. Of course it's in the Sun. On December 31st, 2021, which depicted Miss Brown's face bloodied and bruised by makeup as it appears in the video. So this is the photo that the Sun decided to use from this video of Miss B appearing as a DV victim for a DV awareness in a video in 2021. Because remember, she's already doing ambassadorships and charity work as an ambassador. This is the picture that the Sun decides to use. And what's right under it? What does it say down here? Mel B suffered during her horrendous abusive marriage. This is the photo they're using. This is so like shame on the Sun. I know it's a rag anyway, but even if you want to call it a rag, that doesn't mean someone else isn't going to see this passively, or someone else isn't going to take this picture, screenshot it, make it lower quality, put it somewhere else and say, oh my God, is this really her? Did this really happen? That's crazy. And it gets more and more pixelated to the point where it's harder for someone to come along and say, that's just theatrical makeup, or here's where that's really from. It gets out there, it spreads. It's a shocking image. And it's attached to a caption that says, Mel B suffered during her horrendous abusive marriage. This is crazy. This is crazy. These are the outlets that run these headlines that so-and-so battered somebody or abused somebody. And then this is how they contextualize it. With a picture, with a screenshot from a video. An artistic video that's just supposed to be some PSA for DV awareness. This is crazy. This is insane. Huh. And it's like hard to unsee. Like if you come into this perception, oh, but she had injuries on her face. She was cut up. I saw it. It's like hard. The ego's pretty strong. Nobody wants to hear like, oh, I was fooled. People hold on to things. It's hard to believe the correction, let alone hear it or come across the correction. It's just irresponsible journalism. But whatever. Miss Gannon's article provided no context whatsoever for the screenshot. She did not clarify that the bruises on Miss Brown's face are the product of makeup applied for the purpose of her DV portrayal in a public awareness campaign. And she did not even mention the existence of the campaign video. Great campaigning. You could have brought some awareness to it. Oh my gosh. Rather, as shown above, the screenshot is captioned, Mel B suffering during her horrendous abusive marriage. And shortly after the screenshot, Miss Gannon stated as follows, Melanie, who has appeared as a judge on TV shows, including The X Factor and America's Got Talent, moved back home from LA to Leeds. From LA. From Los Angeles to Leeds from LA 2 years ago. That's weird wording. After finally walking out on her abusive 10-year marriage to TV producer Stephen Belafonte. The juxtaposition of the foregoing statement, alongside the screenshot and the caption appended thereto, created the false and defamatory impression that Mr. Belafonte caused these injuries depicted in the photograph. Additionally, numerous other news outlets republished articles regarding the DV awareness video. So it's spreading. This is the spread. Similarly juxtaposing the screenshot of Miss Brown from the video with photos of Mr. Belafonte, leading readers to conclude that Mr. Belafonte caused the injuries depicted in the photograph, which is stage makeup. Screenshots of 2 such headlines, each of which placed photographs of Mr. Belafonte next to the image of Miss Brown. Let's look at the juxtaposition. Headline, Mel B's ex-husband, Stephen Belafonte, jets into London hours after the singer appeared covered in fake bruises for shocking video to highlight domestic violence. Okay, the headline's clean. But we're supposed to have 2 screenshots? Screenshots of 2 such headlines are reproduced directly below. All right, so we only have one screenshot. Maybe they thought that they could click this arrow here. And I don't doubt that there were multiple articles with this, but whoever's inserting these pictures, it's annoying sometimes when you have to reformat text and pictures. Sometimes the picture disappears. But something that they should have proofed. They should have double checked before filing this. So anyway, they do put the picture here and there, but the headline here doesn't seem to leave out the fact that it's fake bruises. They state that it's fake bruises. And we don't have the second screenshot that they're talking about. So that's an oops on the part of this filing. Upon information and belief, Miss Brown encouraged and directed Miss Gannon to make the foregoing statement in her article, with knowledge of its false implication that Mr. Belafonte had caused the injuries depicted in the photograph, or at least with reckless disregard to its truth. Furthermore, the juxtaposition of the screenshot caption and the quoted statement naming Mr. Belafonte were made with knowledge or reckless disregard to the defamatory consequences, namely of portraying Mr. Belafonte as a cruel and violent spouse. So do we actually get more? Okay. So we're going to get defendant likewise acted with not. So we're missing, I think we're missing the statement that they're referencing here. That may have been in the second screenshot that is not apparently visible here. So that kind of sucks. They messed up with how they're supposed to lay this part out. But apparently there's some quote, and they, upon information and belief, think Miss Brown encouraged and directed Miss Gannon to include that statement in the article. So maybe there's email correspondence. Defendant likewise acted with knowledge and reckless disregard for the truth, writing her tell-all memoir, ironically titled Brutally Honest. Specifically, the false and defamatory statements written and published by defendant about Mr. Belafonte in Brutally Honest. Again, Barbara, you're joining late, but this was originally published in 2018 and then republished with 3 new chapters added in 2024. And they include some of the statements as follows. I know what it's like to be beaten down. I know what it's like to be punched, humiliated, and isolated, and to feel there's no way out except suicide. He was the one that decided where I lived, who I saw, unless I was working, what my money was spent on, who looked after our kids, not me, but a selection of nannies or members of his family. It was up to him where I was a piece of filth that day, a goddess or a whore. Now, the interesting part about this is she's saying that one of the ways that he would be manipulative and a monster would be him choosing who's going to watch the kids, the nannies. But 2 nannies have sued her. And then a possible third, unless the third is also the first one, went to the family court and said, look, Miss Brown wants me to lie to you, and I'm not going to lie to you. So it seems like possibly 3 different hired nannies have an issue with her. Chris told me later, and he had never witnessed any man speak to a woman the way Stephen talked to me. Ugly, slut, fat, stupid, bitch, worthless, drunk, pathetic, monkey, derelict. Oh, that one's probably, let's see. I need a text message receipt for this one, because this could be, now you're trying to make him out to be like a bigot or racist. Just throw that in the mix too. They'd become just words said so many times to me that I absorbed them like a sponge. But, and again, this is his filing, so it's things that are favorable to him. But the text messages, she uses pretty cruel language. She called him a bitch in one of them. And then once they're friends, she's calling him disgusting and all these things. So, I don't know. It sounds like a little bit like fair game, girly. I also accepted that he checked all my emails and answered them, deleted them, same with my phone messages, Twitter and Instagram pages. He controlled my bank accounts and work schedule. What's the problem with this? What is the problem with this? Okay. He's checking all these things. He's looking at all of them. And he controlled my work schedule. We have a conversation earlier. We're on page 24. Where was that? Are you planning around my schedule? Are you home tonight or not? Why? So you can make plans? With you, yes. I want to take you somewhere, silly. And then we also have, and we don't actually need to rehash it all, but we have the conversations from the Spice Girls group chat where she's like, haha, why would I worry about my text messages saying that charity's a joke? But here, you're giving yourself a reason that you would care what you say in text messages. You're saying he reads through all of your stuff. Not just your phone, but your emails, your Twitter, your Instagram. He reads through all of your stuff. Yet you're sending these long, long paragraphs talking about lupa and how disgusting his lupa condition is. Calling him disgusting in it. Accusing him to a friend, to a third party, of messing around with other women who also think he's disgusting. And then you're telling your Spice Girls group chat, who calls you out for brushing off charity work. You say twice in that text exchange, why would I care about my text messages? Because the one Spice Girl pushes back and says, girl, why would you say that in a text, or something to that effect? But here she's making a quote in her book called Brutally Honest. I also accepted that he checked all my emails and answered them, deleted them. Same with my phone messages, Twitter and Instagram pages. He controlled my bank accounts and work schedule. And just from the limited stuff we're seeing here, she didn't care what she said in text messages, even though she's implying in a book later that she should have a reason to care what she says in text messages. And we also see her curious about his schedule on at least one occasion. 2. I know that none of my family could see beyond the wall of Stephen. My email addresses kept changing. We moved house every year. All my old employees and friends had fallen by the wayside. Well, and 2 of them came back to sue you, that we know of. He was disdainful of my work. He refused to watch the recorded shows on TV, or he would talk loudly all the way through them while the girls and I were trying to watch. That's so inconsiderate. It's almost as considerate as him having a seizure while you just wanted to sit there and ignore him. He would look through my handbag, scroll through my phone, looking for evidence of bad behavior. And then it happens, bang, screaming, shouting, your husband is up. So that's distancing language. Your husband is up. She's imagining it happening to someone else and not herself. And then it happens, bang, screaming, shouting, your husband is up. And then he's on the floor brawling with the 2 men. One gets up, but the other man is still on the floor, and he's being punched again and again. Blood is pouring from the man's head, and two other men are shouting, pulling him away. You see someone taking a photograph. Stephen's sweatshirt has been ripped from his massive barrel of a chest, because he's huge, and he's up, panting and pacing in the bar as staff, you can see one barman looking terrified, ask you to leave. The man with the blood pouring from his head is taken to the hospital. So is this like an incident where he gets into a bar fight, and this is her example of him being aggressive? Because he has a bar fight with other men. You know he's going to make you call your lawyers, and those lawyers are going to have to stop charges being brought. They did. I felt I had no choice but to defend Stephen. In a press statement, I claimed that he'd been rushing to defend my honor. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Maybe you did do that and you felt in fear that you had to do that. Or maybe he got in a bar fight and you just wanted to throw him a bone and help him not get in trouble for it. I don't know. It's hard to, like, take this just without a grain of salt at this point. After a series of what my mom now describes as the most abusive, disgusting, and terrifying phone calls, he had successfully cut my parents out of our lives, making me feel like the best thing for me was to have no contact. No calls, no emails, nothing. But now we see that she's the one that doesn't want to have contact. The entire circle of people I trusted and relied on most in the world was decimated within a year and a half. My friends, my parents, my friends, even my gorgeous, smart personal assistant, Janet Neal. Okay. If this was a straight male saying this about their female personal assistant, you say my parents, my friends, even my gorgeous, smart personal assistant, Janet Neal. Someone would be like, that sounds like harassment. But she stopped to pause and specifically compliment her employee as being gorgeous. Not her parents, not her friends. Just talking about the appearance of her employee. It'd be different if this was a male saying this. I'm telling you, people would think it was creepy or suspect, like, haha, is there a work office affair going on? If this was a guy saying this about his female employee. So I'm going to say it should be sketchy for a woman to be saying this about her female employee. Who worked for me for 5 years when I moved out to LA. Hated Stephen from the get-go. They all hate Stephen from the get-go. When I was working on the X Factor, in a 2-hour period, he would call my phone 50 times, asking where I was, what I was doing, telling me when I had to be back, like back at home, accusing me of sleeping with Simon Cowell. Obviously I wasn't. Accusing Chris of covering up my affair with Simon. He didn't, as I wasn't. All I thought was that I needed to get out of the room, but for some reason the door was jammed. I can't clearly remember what happened next, but I remember throwing myself at the door, crashing my full weight against it. I felt like a trapped animal. I had ADHD. You had ADHD? I had ADHD, and I believed I was, as Stephen told so many times, thick as pig shit. Stephen kept a gun in our bedroom. He knew I hated guns. He knew I was frightened of them. I didn't want guns in our house. I didn't want guns anywhere near me. He's left porn magazines open in PB's, that's one of the daughter's bathrooms. You're a washed-up old has-been Spice Girl with 2 kids by 2 different men. You're lucky to have me now. So that's a quote, apparently, from like a text message or something that Stephen said to her. Look at your arms. They look flabby and saggy. You're old and you're ugly. Get your face out of my sight. You're fucking arse, Melanie. It's fucking disgusting. Oh my god. So where are these texts? Like, are these in text? Because all I can think of is we've seen her call him a bitch. We've seen her call him disgusting. We've heard an allegation, because those 2 other things were in text messages, her own words. We've heard an allegation that she was sued for by her former employed nanny because she was making up allegations that the nanny was fucking their own children in the arse. And the nanny sued her for it. So she's using similar language here to talk about things she's saying Stephen said. He would get louder and louder, pushing his face right in front of mine to tell me how stupid and ugly I was. You should thank God you have me because no one else would want you. Now, I'm not going to say he didn't say bad things back to her. I'm just saying, take it at face value. She's claiming these things in a book, but she's claiming other things that don't add up with things that are in screenshots. But at worst, it seems like they both flung mud and names at each other, because we've clearly seen her sling some names and poor language in his direction to him in one of the text messages, but to a third party about him in another set of text messages. So, in the middle of some social gathering at our house, Stephen started screaming, calling me a whore. Stephen had control of the finances, didn't she clean out the bank account? He had control of the finances, chose where we lived, and who looked after the kids. He had strong views on what we ate, what I wore. He always liked me to wear black, what handbag and shoes I had on, where we went. I never saw the cruelty that was inflicted on my daughter's sweet, gentle dog, Lordy. He was old, he had bad hips, he would not hurt a fly. Stephen would beat him in front of PB. So, allegations of animal abuse. When I left Stephen, although there was something I read in an article that mentioned he'd beaten a duck. He beat a duck. I think it was a duck was the animal. I thought it was like the Sun or the Daily Mail that said it. So I don't know for sure. But it seems like there was like a previous story of that. When I left Stephen, I walked away with nothing but $936 in a bank account, the only one I had access to, and a suitcase full of clothes, books, and toys. But we see in this complaint, Stephen's making claims, and they are his claims in this complaint. Maybe it's not true. But he did say that with the TRO, she got, he had to get out of the house. She was granted a TRO. He had to go find somewhere else to stay. And she cleared out 2 bank accounts that they shared. The 2 bank accounts that they shared, she cleared out. I would be hard-pressed to imagine that that's not something that went back and forth in those hearings relating to the TRO and the divorce and the overall separation and the custody. It would be a stretch if Stephen would want to lie about something like that as being part of that back and forth litigation in this complaint. It doesn't seem reasonable that that's something that he would stretch the truth on here, because it would be part of other legal filings somewhere on the record, let alone, bank records. But in her book, and he's saying that this is a defamatory statement, in her book, she says, when I left Stephen, I walked away with nothing but $936 in a bank account, the only one I had access to, and suitcases full of clothes, books, and toys. Now, this so far, a lot of the other stuff sounds like he said, she said, you had to be in a room for it, but this is something that could be demonstrated as being completely false. This is probably one that we'll see if this case moves forward, whatever. We'll probably see this one hammered out. I didn't even know Amazon existed before April 2017, and within a matter of weeks, I was their best customer. What? Why is this defamatory? So, why are we including this sentence here? I want to know. Then she says the next quote, we're through the full alphabet. We're on X. I agreed to drop domestic violence charges in order for all the 64 sex tapes he had made during our marriage to not be shown in open court. That's implying that she was extorted into dropping what could be a viable charge against him. Well, I dropped it because he was threatening to release 64 tapes that he made during our marriage. You're accusing someone of extorting you, blackmailing you, in a book. That's defamation per se. I have no idea whether Stephen's stories about his father being a drug dealer are true. I do know from his brothers and sisters that there were an awful lot of drugs consumed in the house by him, LSD and marijuana, and that his dad, Kenneth Stansberry, a black African American, was a Golden Gloves winning boxer in New Jersey. Is that supposed to make him violent? With a record of violence and abuse. So the violence was passed down genetically. That's why we're saying that his dad was a Golden Gloves winning boxer. At the age of 18, Kenneth was charged with trying to kill his own father, Theodore. The charge was later dropped, but he went on to build up a rap sheet which included DV, assault, and threatening police. In 1968, when Kenneth was 21, he was charged with malicious mischief, fornication, using profanity, and threatening a police officer, telling him, "I'll put a bullet in you." Didn't you just joke in an article to the Mirror that, instead of breaking up, you'll have to kill each other? So, if you want to put forward in a book that people should look poorly on Stephen because his father told a police officer once, "I'll put a bullet in you," how am I supposed to look at you saying we'll have to kill each other to a magazine? Steve was his father's son. So you're saying Stephen's actions, the father's actions transfer down to Stephen. Steve was his father's son. He comes from a line of criminals. His grandfather, Theodore, has a criminal history for adultery, not paying child support and abandoning his wife. But even his own family would say, and they did, that Steve was the nastiest of them all. So when you say something like Steve was his father's son, and you say that his father did DV, assault, threatened police, had a rap sheet, record of violence, tried to kill his own father, when you say someone is that, you're also saying that they did all these things. And then you're saying that even his own family would say that Steve was worse than all of that. He was the nastiest of them all. This isn't good because you're affirming with Steve was his father's son. There is an implication here that, from her words, Stephen does all of these things. Furthermore, Miss Brown has published the following false and defamatory statements about Mr. Belafonte throughout various press appearances and interviews from 2018 until the present. On November 26, 2018, at an appearance on Loose Women to promote her then newly published memoir. What is Loose Women? Because that sounds kind of funky. Is it for sexually liberated women? So Miss Brown goes on that show, and then she states the following. Looking back, there were so many. Actually, let's see. Let's look at this. I'm doing this book for my kids. But I don't pick up the phone when they call me. Even though the court says I need to pick up the phone when they call. I'm court mandated to pick up their calls. She dated Eddie Murphy for 3 to 4 months. That's what we saw. Had his baby. But what did we see at the very beginning of this video? When we looked up, she's engaged now to a 36-year-old woman, Rory McPhee. And the interview went the same way. Oh, I didn't think I was ready to move on, but then I just found love. It's like deja vu. Really get bothered, guys. And we don't need to I don't need to beat you over the head by watching this whole interview, but I really, really, really get bothered when someone who's claiming that they're an abuse victim, when they start to have to talk in public. Writing things, you can curate what you write. You can write your captions certain ways. You have time to look at your own words. But when you're speaking naturally face to face and you start using this third party language, or sometimes second party, you're included in it, but you never say I or me or my personal situation. You start saying things like, victims act this way. Well, why aren't you just consciously, while you're speaking, considering yourself as part of that in-group if you're trying to tell people that you're part of that in-group? So some of her language here is just kind of it seems unnatural for someone to use if they're speaking on a group that they're part of.
Or that you think that you need.
Yeah.
And, it ends up being complete.
Face oh, are you believing me? She looks like she's scanning, trying to get a read, and she was just satisfied that she said, oh, I could see while I was reading your story, I saw the story start. I could see it.
Stuff was like...
So the drugs was her way of coping. And this goes on for some more. I'm tired of it. So maybe I'm reading her body language wrong. Maybe I'm reading into her words and saying that there's inconsistencies there when maybe there aren't. Maybe I'm not judging that interview fairly. Fair enough. But it seems a little bit weird. What are you guys thinking? Hold on, I see freaky asses. That's further along. I scrolled all the way up. She is a great... That was crazy. The lady called it out. She said, "Oh, you've become quite a great liar." She's like, "Yeah." She's a great liar, lying right to your face, lady. And then Barbara says Eddie Murphy mucked about in her at least enough to knock her up. Yeah, in that 3 to 4 month time span. Oh, this is crazy. She tricked Eddie Murphy into that baby. That's why he demanded a paternity test. Eddie Murphy takes great care of his kids, and he's very rich, and I think she was planning to retire. And that's the other thing to remind, if you, like, Barbara, I don't know when you came in, but earlier, you know, after that whole TRO thing, she filed it, she said her stuff, she knew it'd be covered in the press, she withdrew it shortly after filing it, and then as things move forward, the court ended up granting full custody to Dad. Which, you know, you don't every day hear the dad win full custody. That's like, statistically, that's rare, right? And the court should look at it situation by situation. But I feel like, for reasons, the courts make decisions based on statistics sometimes, or other unexplainable reasons. But here, Dad gets full custody. So if we also have like something similar with Eddie Murphy, take paternity test. He's taking good care of the kids. And then here we see allegations that she was bragging, and it was in quotes, like it was said somewhere. She's bragging about pounding vodka shots with her teenage daughter at the time. So before she's 19 when she writes this book, after the separation, after the divorce, she had to be younger than 19 whenever she said somewhere that she was pounding shots with her daughter, her teenage daughter. It doesn't line up with what she's portraying, even in this short little interview. It doesn't line up. It doesn't line up. And then, yeah, Rosemary says, "Hell no, I wouldn't even tell them the book existed," right? Yeah, and all these things, like, what do you want your daughter to read it? I mean, maybe it's to get, like, royalties, but couldn't you just, like, assign your royalties to be paid out? Like, put it in your estate plan that you want XYZ from this book and all your other works to go to your daughter. You don't necessarily need to have your daughter write something in a book like this. So, and we do not see Stephen suing or claiming defamation against this daughter. So, you know, maybe if she said something that was defamatory, if she's echoing, legally, that could be a good strategy, right? He could have chosen not to for pure legal strategy. It wouldn't look good to come after the second person, because then you have both of them in court fighting for themselves. But it could also be like, I don't want to bring this against a teenager, a young girl who doesn't know any better, what she was going through, what she was doing writing this book. She thought she was helping mom out. I'm not going to put her through the trouble of accusing her of defamation. But where were we in here? So they do this thing on the interviews. Oh my God, what? Okay, so I think we missed the part. Maybe I wasn't paying attention when they read it. But it says here, "On my wedding night, things started to happen which were very abusive." We heard that. "I lived in complete panic and fear when I was at home with him. My kids weren't allowed to eat at the table." I think we missed that, or I just didn't pay attention to it. And then they put this picture. Look at the whole family at the dinner table. Like, what? On December 10th, 2018, at an appearance on the Steve Harvey Show, Miss Brown stated the following: "I just wanted to highlight..." I'm probably going to get claimed anyway for the other one, so how long is this one? All right, we're going to jump to a middle of it, just to see some body language with Steve Harvey. Let me switch over here. Zoom on in. She's announced on the show.
Mel, let's talk about this book, because
Yeah.
you didn't hold back anything in this book, and you highlighted the theme of abuse.
Yeah.
Why did you feel the importance of revealing everything so brutally honest?
I just wanted to highlight that abuse is unacceptable, and I lived it for 10 years with my abuser, my then husband, and it's something that I felt very ashamed about, and I didn't think that anybody was actually going to believe me. So this book was a real revelation for me, yeah.
So one of the reasons you really don't come forward is because they won't believe you. So
yeah,
you feel like you'll get put on trial. You have to prove it. Is that what it is?
And when you're in an abusive relationship, you don't want anybody to know that. It's very embarrassing, and you feel very riddled with shame and guilt. And when I left my abuser, I was wanting to speak about it loud and proud, like this is not okay, and I'm one of the lucky ones. I got out, and it took me 10 years to find the courage to actually leave that behind.
That's really good. Now, you're a mom, you got 3 daughters.
Yeah.
19, 11, and 7.
Yeah.
How did you prepare the girls for the stories that you revealed in your book?
I mean, mainly my 19-year-old, because she was the one that I guess witnessed a lot of the verbal abuse and just the chipping away that he would do at my confidence and integrity. And she said to me, Mum, you're going to have to speak about this because it didn't just affect you, it affects your kids, your friends, your family. Because one thing that an abuser does is they isolate from your immediate friends and family, so you have nowhere to turn.
You're isolated, but you are not just ignoring, but you are rejecting your court-ordered calls with your child. But you're talking about isolation as proof that you were abused.
Right.
It just gets, they chip away at you day by day, hour by hour, week by week, year by year.
Let me ask you this. Before you got married, did you see any warning signs as you look back on it?
Looking back now, yeah, there was every kind of warning sign, yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, the abuser finds you. You don't go looking for that. They find you when you're at your most vulnerable, and they show up like Prince Charming, and you think they're loving and caring and respectful, and they couldn't be further from the truth. This isn't just my story. I've been and met lots of women that have experienced exactly the same abuse that I've experienced. Yeah. And that's why in the back of my book, I do the 15 warning signs so that you know what the red flags are, because we don't talk about it enough. You know, I want to make sure that my daughters know what an abusive relationship looks like, what it feels like before they get into it.
Right, because like you said, if you saw some warning flags looking back on it, but you know, you wanted your heart to be fixed, and then, you know, when women don't trust their intuition, you pay for that every single time. Y'all's intuition is very real. Yeah, that little thing y'all got is real. Well, let's talk about a little bit more in the book, because one of the high points in the book was you talk about your relationship with Eddie Murphy. You even call him the...
I was about to pause it like, let's get back to the soup, but hold on. And by the way, if you end up watching this on replay and just out of nowhere there's like context missing, I may have to cut this footage out on replay. So if I'm just like talking about nothing, you don't know what I'm talking about. We were playing Steve Harvey's interview. Let's see what she says about Eddie Murphy.
Love of your life.
Yeah.
What's one of your favorite memories you can share?
One of the things that was really, like, touched me is he's such a loving, caring, respectful person that when I came to write this book, I had to remind myself, look, I have had a loving relationship, and that was with Eddie Murphy, and we have a beautiful daughter to show it. It took a while to get there because we broke up, not in the happiest of circumstances, but...
Why do you think the relationship didn't work out?
It kind of was like 2 ships passing in the night that didn't quite, you know, find each other. It's like a sad ending to a beautiful love story, but we were madly in love.
Picture. So she's saying they have some like great relationship. Is she inflating this? I'm trying to scrub it so I can go back. It's not showing me where the picture was. Does this look like a recent picture? Look at the dress. That does not look recent. Let alone their appearances. But it seems like she's conveying that they have some great, this is like the greatest thing since sliced bread. This was a great relationship. It's still a great relationship. And it was like 4 months.
And we have a beautiful daughter to show it. It took a while to get there because we broke up, not in the happiest of circumstances, but...
Why do you think the relationship didn't work out?
It kind of was like 2 ships passing in the night that didn't quite, you know, find each other. It's like a sad ending to a beautiful love story, but we were madly in love.
And now there's an anchor.
We've got a gorgeous daughter
you have
to
a baby.
prove it, and now everything's all good.
That's good. Well, Let's talk about a little piece of big news. There's a rumor going around that Spice Girls are reuniting and you're hitting the road.
When our tickets went on sale, we only released 6 dates and we were all like waiting by the phone with each other going, are these tickets going to sell? We really hope they do. And the support and love was just overwhelming. So we added another 6 dates and they've all sold out.
Yeah, because they sell out in a day.
Amazing. That is the thing.
Well,
Wait, this is
the tour to America?
Oh, I would love to bring the tour to America. I would love to. But...
Oh, you'd love to bring the tour to America so you could maybe see your child for once? Because at the beginning of the suit, she comes out to the United States to film and record. She hasn't seen her daughter. The same one that she won't answer the calls. She's court ordered to have a call with once a day. She would love to come tour.
We all have to agree.
That's the thing right here.
That is the thing, getting everyone's diary sorted.
Listen, thank you so much for stopping by. This book right here, her book is called Brutally Honest, everybody, and it's available right now. Make sure you get a copy.
Okay, so there's that. Let's go back over to the suit. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I had to prepare my daughters. Even the one that I don't see. Some interesting stuff here. So she's talking about being on the Steve Harvey show. And they're pulling in the suit. They pull 2 specific quotes that I just want to highlight. That abuse, my abuser, my then husband. I'm very ashamed about it. And then when you're in an abusive relationship, you don't want anyone to know that. It's very embarrassing and you feel riddled with shame and guilt. And when I left my abuser, I wanted to speak about it loud and proud. So these are the 2 that they're honing in on from that interview there. On May 25th, 2019, and it sucks because, look, these are things that are valid, right? That seems like a valid thing to feel when you're experiencing and you're in a situation like that. But it's interesting that she says she knows exactly what abuse victims go through. Like, almost like there was a playbook. And she's like, I'm even repeating the 15 signs on the back of my book. It's like, did you learn the playbook? And then now you're creating your own version of it with your own authorship to sell the playbook? Because these things that she's saying, what they're quoting here, on their face, if I didn't read all this other stuff, if I haven't been having these thoughts going back and forth, like, wait, that doesn't add up, that's inconsistent, that contradicts itself, that seems like disingenuous or maybe even a full-blown lie. If I didn't have any of that in the back of my head and I just read these 2 things, it would be fair enough. But taking it into the context of some other stuff so far, it's kind of like, are you putting on? Are you playing a role? Are you adopting the experience, the exact experience? She said exactly. Are you adopting exactly what you think it's like and what you've heard it's like for someone else to be in an abusive relationship? A one-way abusive relationship nonetheless. On May 25th, 2019, in an appearance as the featured guest on Piers Morgan's Life Stories, Miss Brown stated as followed: I'd get threatened with, I'm going to expose the sex tapes, I'm going to ruin your career, you're never going to be hireable, I'm going to tell everybody how much you drink, how much you do drugs. Maybe this part was definitely true, because that seems like he was concerned about that actually, which to me was devastating. In fact, as set forth in paragraph 48, it was Miss Brown that shared a video depicting Mr. Belafonte engaging in sexual activity with a third-party individual. When I left my ex, I couldn't even be touched. I was paranoid. I had nightmares. I couldn't actually feel safe with somebody. In fact, Miss Brown was actually dating at least one individual publicly in 2017 after having left Mr. Belafonte. Attached as Exhibit 8 are multiple text messages showing that Miss Brown was dating and having intimate relationships with multiple individuals after leaving Mr. Belafonte. So we have Exhibit 8, but there's also a footnote. It says Miss Brown's relationships were reported, as this is with Ryan Lawrence. What do we got here? Mel B is seen for the first time in public with married Beverly Hills police officer Ryan Lawrence amid romance claims. Oh my god, there's like Attack of the Ads. Oh, there's a beer. So, they have not been seen out and about before now. The romance is purely conjecture. The 18-year-old posted a photo of Snapchat. Okay, whatever. There's so many ads on this. Let's just go back to the thing. But their point being, did I just kill the window? Oh, let me pull it back up. Their point being that, all right, well, she said she was scared to be near people. She was afraid, but then right away she's being seen publicly. And then apparently text messages point to there being more relationships going on at the same time. While she's telling Piers Morgan and his audience, you know, I'm very, very much, you know, I can't be touched. I'm afraid of being alone. I was paranoid. I had nightmares. I couldn't actually feel safe. Like, she's describing what she seems to be like PTSD symptoms from what she allegedly experienced in her relationship with Stephen. And then Exhibit 8, we can go take a look at those. What's Exhibit 8 here? This is like the longest document. Oh my god, there's so much in this. They attach so much stuff. Okay, hold on. And I don't know if I'm missing it, but I don't really see... Okay, this is the Usher stuff. Okay, when is this from? Okay, 2018, so here we are. I'm still having sex, yippee. I finished something, already going home now. Nice, better than nothing. Oh, she's texting her homegirl. The homegirl sent in these messages. The homegirl gave the receipts up. So, Mel is saying David just left. David's not the name of the police officer we just saw pictured. This is January 2018. David just left, yippee, how's your day, my love? I only had sex 3 times, what the fuck? He went to sleep, I need a new fuck buddy, please. He takes so long kissing, boring. I watched a movie, I mean, come on. I even said to him, if this is gonna happen, I need more sex when you come over, for fuck's sake. This friend doesn't want to hear all this. She literally sent you a peace emoji. And you're like going on. I want sex, but he isn't very sexual. He is very, very chilled. I want him to dive on me and fuck me like he did this AM. What should I say to him? Tell him you are too young to be chill. Get up and show me you strong, manly side of you. I kind of did say that. Now I'm watching a movie in my movie theater. What the fuck? He's being too polite and respectful. He sucked my pussy good, though. I told him to be polite and not to feel too comfortable, but he needs to get on. Text him that, please. So this is her friend's friend, then. Did she meet this guy through her? And she's texting him about her sexcapade and her wishes? Now she's having her friend play messenger? No wonder the friend gave up these receipts. This is like super red flag friendship behavior. Tell him that, please. I'm in my bathroom about to get in the shower. He's in my movie theater. No regret. Never. I would never ever regret. I have to find it funny that I threw up on his penis. I was my sexy lingerie with my fur coat. None of us will ever forget. So do you think this person has a drinking or substance abuse problem? You're throwing up. That's crazy funny, babe, what you did. Legendary. She's calling her behavior legendary. I'm gonna have sex tonight. Yes. This goes back to the Spice Girls group chat where the other Spice Girl was like, girl, don't you like worry about what you say in text messages? And she's like, no, why would I worry? I'm gonna have sex tonight. Yes, with Mike. He came over last night, so this is a third name. He came over last night, and as I put, are we censoring? Oh, the daughter's name. To bed, in her bed, the bunk beds. I fell asleep with her. And Mike, after a couple of drinks with Rusty was the male nanny that she said was effing her kids in the arsehole, who he had to sue her and they settled for an undisclosed amount. So he's coming over tonight with his dog. Guys, I don't really have like a reaction. This is weird. This is super, super weird. This is weird. Stop it. God. And this is Stephen pulling up someone's old Snapchat and screen shooting a pic. This was months ago. So she's forwarding the friend a picture of the first guy she's seen publicly with, the cop in Los Angeles. And she's complaining to this friend who's barely answering her. And she's gone over like 3 different dudes, including... And maybe this is a homegirl? Like, does she mess with this girl too? Because the girl has her in the phone as M, Purple Hearts, B, wife number 1. What is going on in this world? But she's saying she's sending the screenshot and complaining that Steven's pulling up this old Snapchat and screenshotting a pic that was months ago. Daughter leaves for visitation at 9:30 a.m. Then David is coming to give me sex for 2 hours as he starts his classes tomorrow, the British way, every day. So can you come blow out my hair, please? Girl, it sounds like David's about to blow your hair out. Why do you need your friend to come over and blow out your hair for your sexcapade? I really didn't expect we'd get here. I did not expect that by the time we'd be 3 hours into this reading and looking at some background info. Where did we start, guys? We started with Pam saying, this is messy. Pam called it. Pam said, I remember this couple. They put the AF in toxic AF. He is alleged to be a scammer, not related to Harry Belafonte at all. Great reminder. This should be interesting. Drugs, swinging, and so much more. And where are we at? Yeah, we want to escape the group chat. We want out. But, it's interesting that this person who has turned over the screenshots in some way or another, they have access to them now. And they're coming from the friend that's receiving these messages from Mel. Mel has her saved the friend has Mel saved in the phone as Mel Hart's number 1 wife. And we know that Mel likes to mess with women. She's now engaged to a woman. She's talking about how her employee was beautiful and gorgeous, a female employee. So it's like, I don't know, is she like also messing with this friend? Is she sharing her sexcapades with her friend and the friend's not really answering because the friend maybe has feelings for Mel? Like, this is a lot. Like, number 1 wife doesn't want to be in this chat anymore, clearly, because she turned over these text messages at some point. Like, this is crazy. And yeah, the throwing up. Did she throw up from being drunk? Or maybe she doesn't like men and it just like the literal thought of a penis made her throw up. And then Daisy said she said almost word for word, quote, they come find you, they are charming, like she did in the UK interview. Sounds like projection. Juanita, okay, if this went another way, I would have been like, you didn't even miss much. This was kind of boring. This is like a little wild. This is wild. Some wild stuff in here. I did not think this would be this. I did not think this. Yeah, or she choked on it, but like, I don't know. I reasonably thinking that's actually bad too. Because you're trying so hard to impress someone that it goes to what? She's claiming that abusers try to find you and they try to charm you and they sucker you on in. Women can try to succubus their way into a man's good favor. Not just by being charming, but also with certain plays, certain portrayals and performances in a physical sense. So you could be onto something, and I think 2 reasonable explanations. She was that drunk. She was trying to go bananas, trying to go superhead. To be charming. And both of those sound like reasonable explanations for why she may have thrown up and willingly shared this with her friend. But both of those underlying reasons how we got there kind of raise questions to me about what this girl be doing with her time. So, what's next? What is next? And I want to point out that this here, blowing out my hair, oh my god, they're sending zodiacs. Guys, they're sending zodiac messages. The next is a zodiac message. A solar eclipse brings about transformation, new beginnings and changes. We're not going to do that. We know how zodiacs go. Let go and flow are the key words. Jesus, now this guy's don't want to go. He's sleeping like he never slept before. Shit. Oh my god, my kids just got home and my guy was still here. He just grabbed me and kissed me. Wow, it was electric. This is August 21st, 2017. So this is earlier than the 2018 stuff. And it might be with a different friend. Then I sent him home, haha. A kiss was enough for me today. But let me tell you how sweet he was. And he asked me permission to kiss me. No answer, but good morning, my love. Hey, can you send me the Reiki person's info? And then they probably don't include the info. And then September 2017. That was so boring. I never cried, but I did today. I never cry. Crier. Get me please in 1942. Okay, love. I have really bad diarrhea from the STD pills. Is smelly feet STD there? Oh my god, babe, you got that? Jesus, where are you? Oh my god. Someone says, put away your amazing chicken. Honey, don't worry. And this is back to the person that has her saved as Mel Purple Heart's wife number 1. Honey, don't worry. I'm okay. I'm not mad. Smelly feet is here. It's okay. Go do whatever you need to do. I love, love, love. Does she have a pet name for like how it smells down there? Don't worry. I'm okay. I'm not mad. Smelly feet is here. Is that a person? Then she just says smelly feet. Is the name changed here? Did she change the name between these two things? I can't believe smelly feet. And it's like bolded. Did she search for smelly feet to pull up these messages? Yeah, she's searching. So this person, when looking for these text messages, searched the term smelly feet to pull up these messages. I can't believe smelly feet made a point of serving the cute Italian. I'm so angry. And that's why there's no replies, because they're just search results. I'm so angry. Smelly feet took so long. Kissing me, he didn't make me come. Now, I think that's the daughter, has left the house, and I'm playing with the other daughter. Is smelly feet STD there? What is going on here? Spice up your life. Oh my god, Ryan said the media called his wife. WTF. So Ryan was the guy she was pictured with in the tabloid. Jesus, call my landline. I just spoke to Ryan. His wife is telling a story about me and Ryan, but they have no proof. Okay, this is going into another exhibit. Guys, these text messages. The person literally just typed the word smelly feet to bring up the old messages. That's hilarious. Who's smelly feet? Maybe that's why she was puking. Maybe it was the same person. I don't even know where this was. I don't remember this. Here, maybe? Yeah, Miami Living magazine. So she's leaving. She's saying she could, and this is why we have those exhibits, guys. I almost forgot the plot. We have these exhibits because she was saying what is being alleged here is a defamatory statement. When I left my ex, I couldn't even be touched. I was paranoid. I had nightmares. I couldn't be touched. I had nightmares. I couldn't actually feel safe with somebody. Compare that line to what we just looked at in those text messages from her own words she was texting. She is characterizing that time in her life from when those text messages are from as during that period when I left my ex, I couldn't be touched. I had nightmares. I couldn't actually feel safe. But she's falling asleep in the other bunk bed with the guy, and then like the daughter, and someone else is coming in and out of the house, and then another person's coming out of the house. They're staying over. They're clearly touching each other, like very much so. But this is how she's describing what Stephen's allegedly abusive behavior changed her, and how she had to act, how she had to live her life. This is crazy. Michael Sanchez, no. Oh my God, so speaking of smells, no, we are reading. That was Mel B, Scary Spice, nicknaming some guy she was messing with. Maybe it was a guy, maybe it was a girl. But she must have been referring to this person, this sex partner, as Smelly Feet. And her friend went to pull up these text messages and just searched the term smelly feet and pulled up all the text messages where Mel referred to smelly feet. Meaning that person that she referred to as smelly feet. Not me. Not me, not now. My feet do not smell. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. You guys are like, this is mega messy. Oh my God. What are we gonna get from here? Guys, there's like more. Like, it's like, sometimes it's like, how is there more? How is there more? Now we're going to get into December 2018. An interview with syndicated journalist Allison Kugel was later published in Miami Living magazine on April. Okay, so they do this interview in December 2018, but then they publish it in the magazine on April 24th, 2020. Miss Brown ends up saying, I'm very much a source of information when it comes to coercive behavior and abuse because I've lived it for years. So there's that positioning, right? During this time, she's doing her advocacy work. She's getting paid as an ambassador to represent like women who are victims of abuse. And she's really embracing that in a statement like this. And then she says, I was at my most vulnerable when my abuser came into my life. The book addresses things like, okay, so she's doing this interview with Allison in 2018 to promote the book. The book addresses things like why it took me so long to leave. It's because you're trapped. She's using that language again. She's not saying, I felt trapped. She's saying, in general, you guys that are victims, it's because you're trapped and you don't have friends and family because you've been isolated due to how your abuser does things. She's being asked, she's explaining why it took her so long to leave, but her explanation is in the perspective of an out group that she's not including herself in. I haven't taken a drug test since the day I left him. The ex-husband, Stephen Belafonte. What you'll find in these abusive relationships is that the abuser is the one that provides you with all your alcohol and all your drugs. Well, what do you mean? How does not taking a drug test mean that you're not doing drugs? Oh, taking a drug. Why did I put test in there? I haven't taken a drug since the day I left him. What you'll find in these abusive relationships is that the abuser is the one who provides you with all your alcohol and all your drugs. I've never had an addictive personality. I'm addicted to loving life, but that's about it. But yet, she was sued by a nanny because she allegedly, the nanny was alleging that Mel was going to her therapist, her own Mel's therapist, and getting him a celebrity psychiatrist and getting the psychiatrist to prescribe additional medications under the nanny's name. And she ended up settling out with that person. So we read that earlier in the suit. But, you know, that's one of those things, like, it seems really unreasonable and really unlikely that in a complaint like this, you would make a lie about another filing. Like, they included the lawsuit name and everything. So I could go verify it independently when I have 5 more minutes. But why? It'd be really unreasonable and really stupid for a lawyer drafting this complaint to lie about a detail like that. But now here, she's saying what you'll find, you guys out there in these abusive relationships, this big bubble, is that the abuser is the one that provides you with all your alcohol and all your drugs. Then she goes back to her first person language and says, I've never had an addictive personality. I'm addicted to loving life, but that's it. Watch her switch between her first person language and the otherizing language. And take all that in with the context that one of her hired employees was like, girl, why are you trying to get pills under my name? Like, in fact, and this is this is the complaint interjecting here to rebut this quote while they're talking about the quote. In fact, Miss Brown has continued to consume alcohol and illegal drugs in MB's presence. That is a daughter. That is their daughter. That's what we were about to scroll to when we said, oh, this is it. We're done with the text. We'll go back up. Exhibit 9 was a minute order from the Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, ordering Miss Brown to refrain from being under the influence of alcohol or other substance, which substantially impairs her ability to care for MB. And we know that, which in my opinion is a very rare thing to hear, father has full custody. This court gave Stephen full custody of their daughter MB. In response to Ms. Kugel's comment regarding an alleged rape witnessed by Miss Brown's eldest daughter, Miss Brown stated, What? I guess one time she snuck upstairs because she heard me screaming or crying. This is talking about that interview that they didn't publish for 2 years. I guess one time she snuck upstairs because she heard me screaming or crying. She jutted the door open a little bit and she witnessed that, which I didn't even know she'd witnessed until after I'd left him 2 years ago and started writing the book. So this is, guys, if you're tuning in late, Michael, I think you just got here. She had her currently 19-year-old daughter write a chapter of this book that she wrote, that she released in 2018. And this interviewee, April Kugel, is like, all right, well, your daughter witnessed something, so that seems like that's probably in the book, and that's why the interviewer is asking. Oh, I guess she snuck up there one time and she saw it. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that at the time. I didn't know until I started writing the book that she witnessed that. She was adamant about that story going in the book. That story didn't go in the book, but it actually went into an interview that she did. She was adamant to talk about it. So, is daughter correctly observing something that happened? And Miss Brown is telling the daughter, yes, that is what happened, and she's honestly saying that? Did daughter see something and wondered what it was? And mom said, it was this. So daughter believes at face value it is what the mom's saying it is? Did the daughter walk up and witness something that was reminiscent of the same kind of activities that we could see being described in the text messages between Mel B and her friend in 2017 and 2018? Did the daughter walk in on something like that? A fun, oh, he doesn't have enough energy for me. We only did it 3 times this morning. Like, I want to go crazy. Like, all these descriptions, how she wants it to be more energetic. Did the daughter walk in on some type of big, enthusiastic activity? Perceive it the wrong way? Perceive it differently than how it was actually happening? And then when mom was writing the book 2 years later, and the daughter was like, it was weird that time. You guys look kind of crazy, and they're like, something crazy was going on. Did Miss Brown take the opportunity to say, yeah, girl, it was crazy. That was not consensual at all. It was bad. It was bad. And water the seed to grow and prune it so it grew a certain way in the daughter's mind. And then she's in this interview insisting that the daughter's the one that insists on telling it. The daughter's the one that insists on telling it. Maybe the daughter's being truthful, right? Recall can be crazy. Maybe the daughter's entirely truthful, and Miss Brown's being truthful about this specific incident. Or maybe the daughter saw something, didn't know what to make of it because she doesn't know why someone would look like they're having sex in such a animated and maybe aggressive way. And the mom says, it was bad, that wasn't consensual. And the daughter's like, oh my God, I have to talk about this. That sucks, Mom, I'm so sorry. And the daughter's really sticking to her guns because she feels like she's sticking up for her mom, who she believes. This is crazy. Like, it's crazy in the context of the words that Miss Brown was using in her text messages to her friend to describe 3 different partners and the escapade she had with them, and how she wanted more from those partners. So, on December 26, 2020, in an exclusive interview with The Sun, Miss Brown stated as follows: I didn't realize for many years that I was in a coercive relationship. It was only through doing my book that I began to understand the situation I'd been living in for 10 years. So you understand it after you start writing your book. Further, the Sun article embedded multiple photographs of Miss Belafonte, accompanied with captions such as, the Spice Girl has told about her personal experience after allegedly being abused for years in her marriage with Stephen Belafonte. Or Stefan, am I saying it wrong this whole time? On May 17th, 2021, following the release of the DV public awareness video, the one where that picture's from, Miss Brown gave an interview to ITV News. And if you're tuning in late, this picture was something, it was like dressed up with makeup, but she went and did an interview with The Sun, and The Sun took this picture that was theatrical, where she looks scratched up and bruised and cut up, red in the face, and put the caption underneath it, alluding to the abuse she experienced in her marriage. So that's what's being referred to here. But Miss Brown ends up giving an interview to ITV News. Some women don't have access to their phones, even their finances. Like in my situation, you are completely cut off from a regular normal world, and what becomes your normality is living in an abusive relationship with no way out. The ITV News article explicitly referenced Mr. Belafonte and the allegations from Brutally Honest, and the 2-minute video embedded therein contains several photographs of Mr. Belafonte with Miss Brown. So they're saying that this sentence applies to Mr. Belafonte, and is thus a reasonable person would assume it's about him, and thus this should be included as defamatory. Also on May 17th, 2021, Miss Brown appeared in an interview with Good Morning Britain, during which she stated the following: people in these situations, they don't feel like they have a way out. They've been isolated from their friends and their family, and that's one of the major signs that someone is in one of those kinds of relationships, just like I was. Oh, I kind of want to watch how she says that. Let's pull that up. If it's not long, it's going to be long. Before I switch over to it, let me search the transcript if we can get right to that one line. If not, we're not going to try to like cipher through 11 minutes. But I want to see how she adds that line in. Just like I was. All right, so share this tab. The book tells, let's go up here. So starting at 2:20. Wasn't that, I thought maybe if there was like a pause, it would be like really suspicious, but she did flow out with it pretty smoothly. And jump back over here. But yeah, so that would be defamatory if it's not true, because she's claiming that experience. She's speaking about it in that generalizing language, but then saying just like I was, to adopt it all. I was really happy to go to work because that was my safe place. So she wasn't safe when she wasn't at work. Well, this is the thing. You don't want to discuss it because, like I said before, and I've written about it in my book, Brutally Honest. Yeah, plug the book. You're riddled with shame and guilt, and you're embarrassed. And you don't think somebody's going to believe you. Your abuser is constantly bringing you down, constantly calling you names, constantly making you feel worthless. Miss Brown gave an additional interview on May 17th, 2021 to Simon Hattenstone of The Guardian, during which she stated as follows: I tried to leave 7 times, so you can imagine how desperate I was in those 10 years. I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't have my own credit card. Didn't have a car. I've got 3 kids. I was very on the edge of self-destruction. It starts with tiny things, such as, oh, don't wear that dress. I bought you this dress. It wasn't like, put this dress on. It was like, look what I bought for you. I saw you looking at it at Net-a-Porter, and you think, oh my God, that's so sweet, when actually they're starting to take over everything. I didn't even know what color I liked anymore. Well, I mean, this is like, like I said earlier about how, sometimes women, will do very performative physical acts to charm somebody in the beginning. And men buy clothes and love bomb with clothes and flowers and gifts. Women love bomb in the bedroom. Manipulative men and manipulative women love bomb in those ways. I didn't even know what color I liked anymore because those choices were taken from me for so long, and I just accepted it. I've heard this before. It was something like it was like a dear friend of mine asked me one day just a question like, what's your favorite color? And in that moment, I realized I didn't even know anymore. I'd been so busy and preoccupied with this other thing that I was trying to deal with that I lost myself and I had to refine myself. So maybe this is just a general saying, a general phrase to show that you're detached from something. But I'm thinking of this one time where someone went through a traumatic experience. It was grief. It was loss. That was the topic of it. But I think it was like a story about someone that was dealing with grief after their children had died in a car crash. It was like one of those really tragic things. But it was about grief. Grief was the topic. And she was so consumed with like dealing with the paperwork when you have to deal with the death of a family member that you're a guardian over twice, two of them. And she was so wrapped up. She was trying to stay focused on her tasks that she hadn't had time to grieve. And she had this moment where she was like, I didn't even know how to answer when my friend asked me this. So maybe this is just a general saying, or maybe this is like adopting a story she heard somewhere else. That just made me think of something I heard someone else say. But I didn't even know what color I liked anymore because those choices were taken from me for so long. And I just accepted it. In fact, so this is the counter, this is the complaint rebutting the statement. In fact, Mr. Belafonte did not control Miss Brown's wardrobe. Throughout their marriage, Miss Brown always employed professional stylists. Things that have receipts, invoices, witnesses. It's a dumb lie. It's a dumb thing to lie about. Throughout their marriage, Miss Brown always employed professional stylists who, in addition to styling her outfits for work appearances, would also ensure that she had fashionable everywhere for non-work appearances outside of the home. So they even include this line here at the end to say, it's not just for TV interviews. These professionals employed by Miss Brown helped her with everyday fashion. So the majority of things that she would be wearing would be suggested by the stylist she employed. There wasn't some coercive, controlling behavior or what seemed like love bombing at first and now is control. It wasn't that. So, on March 7th, 2022, in an exclusive interview with Hello magazine, Miss Brown stated as follows: "As a woman, as a mother, as a wife, I went through 10 years of emotional abuse and went through some of the worst emotional lows I've ever experienced." Further, the Hello magazine article that published the interview named Mr. Belafonte explicitly in its introduction, so everyone would know what she was talking about. On May 9th, 2022, in an interview with Piers Morgan for Talk TV, Miss Brown comments, oh, we're gonna get the mention. On May 9th, 2022, Miss Brown commented on the then ongoing defamation trial between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, stating as follows. Hold on, where do we get this? Let me search the transcript. I'll jump to it. Piers Morgan's gonna strike me. Oh my god. Well, now I can compare the cases. They're bringing it up themselves. We're gonna go up to 6 minutes in, and let's see.
And I'm talking to you, remember?
The issue of domestic violence that you've written so powerfully about and spoken so powerfully about and now been awarded for your work in this area. Right now, there's this grisly trial going on about probably one of the worst toxic marriages I think I've ever witnessed between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. We've had 2 trials now. We're in the middle of the second one. Does this kind of thing actually, is it damaging to the cause that you're trying to advance and promote?
I mean, this is such like a very sensitive topic for me because it's so personal. But to me, this trial is so, this case is so not entertainment for me. And what I worry about is it's going to damage, you know, future men or women coming forward and making their own claims, or the justice system having doubt or not believing. Because at the end of the day, you know, we can't get away from the fact that 2 women get killed every week in this country by their former partner or their current partner, as opposed to 12 men a year. So I have to kind of remind myself that I'm glad that people are aware of the situation, which
Okay. Maybe she's talking about a specific locality. There is someone, her name on X is Femme, F-E-M-M-E, with the @ handle Femme, F-E-M, condition. She looks at all the academic studies, like she's constantly curating them, pulling them forward, and she looks at different areas too. She's talked a lot about the UK. I believe she's US based, so obviously the studies are largely focused on US data and statistics, but largely because of major profile cases like Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, which, you know, initially there was the UK case with the NGN and the Sun. She's done a lot of statistics from not the United States. I can't wait. I'm going to clip this interview and I'm going to be like, look, I don't know if you've heard about this suit, but look at the statistic that she claims. What Mel B, to me, on its face, what she's doing here is, people are not believing her, but I don't want to talk about that case. It's not entertainment for me. Let's talk about the statistics. And then now we're going to use the statistics instead of talking about my specific facts, my specific position, my specific case. We're going to divert to the statistics that someone else. Statistics are made up of other people's situations. Instead of talking about my situation and whatever my aversion is to talking about Amber Heard, talking about her situation and how I'm worried that that's going to look bad for what I'm going through. Let's just talk about the statistics. And then she throws out the statistic. Did I hear correctly? Maybe let's just replay it. 2 women a week are killed, but only 12 men a year? I mean, she's got to be talking about, she can't just be talking about a town with a population of 100 if she's saying 2 people are being murdered a year by their spouses or whatever. But then she says 12 men a year total. And I would love to know what data that actually is from. Who pulled that study?
Which is an epidemic of domestic violence and coercive control and any form of abuse. But I also think that to look at this case as entertainment is damaging. And that's why I have not even...
So, dismiss the implications of the case because it shouldn't be entertainment. They shouldn't be memeing. And there's still a huge campaign to dismiss what actually came of the Fairfax, Virginia Depp versus Heard trial. It's still ongoing. And it's actually Alexei Mostris. He now works with a very, like a crowd-funded, almost high-profile people funded this, Tortoise Media. But Alexei Mostris, he's a journalist. He was actually the first to go in. This was the Julian Assange trial. Like, I think this is like 2016 or 2018. He went to the courts and he said, look, you need to let us report from the courtroom. We need transparency. Let me do live reporting from the courtroom. And at the time it was still Twitter. He won his argument with the court to live tweet. It was him and one other journalist that moved this forward to live tweet trials, hearings, proceedings in the Julian Assange case. Like something very noble. A noble cause if you're pro-transparency. Now he has a whole podcast coming up with what I would say is a smear campaign about how everything that happened at the trial with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard was just the internet trolling Amber Heard. And it takes away from the idea of having transparency in the courtroom. It's the same guy that advocated to be able to live tweet. He wanted to be able to live tweet. Maybe it was a personal thing. He was advocating, let us do live reporting from the courtroom for this Julian Assange trial. There should be transparency. And now he's spearheading a whole podcast. And this is ongoing. They're still promoting it. It was like 6 episodes. They're done with it. It was a ton of garbage. I have some tweets breaking down the garbage data input. Garbage in, garbage out. I went through their databases, who was doing the research. broke all that down in some threads on Twitter. There's other people that have done the same thing. But he's spearheading this whole idea that Amber Heard was trolled. And these same people that always defer. Well, what do you think about men? Oh, well, the statistics say, or, oh, the memes, the internet's trolling people. This is the same, I feel like Mel B is adopting what these same figureheads that pitch these same things over and over keep saying here. She's not talking about her own situation or experience. She's deflecting to statistics and, oh, online entertainment.
Looked at it at all. By the way, I've been in Colorado with Ruby Wax filming for 3 weeks, which is another story, which has been amazing. So to land back in England on Sunday, because I now live in Leeds with my mum, surrounded by nature, it was really it really made me have like a lump in my throat to think that this is televised, because I know when I went through all my stuff in the US, I actually had to like file court papers to have a closed courtroom, because otherwise TMZ were going to be allowed in and all these different outlets.
So she's being called out in this complaint as being the one that's sending footage of things and coordinating things with certain media outlets. But now she's saying like, oh my God, this Amber Heard trial is making me worried because I wouldn't want my story to be televised. I've fought for it to be kept private. Which on one hand seems reasonable if you don't want to be humiliated trying to share a story that you want to keep private. But on the other hand, you wrote a whole book about it and then updated the book about it. You've spoken to multiple outlets. You're doing an interview right now while you're saying this. So why do you need to fight so hard to keep something behind closed doors so you don't end up being in the same seat that Amber Heard is? You can't say it's because you don't want to share your story, because you're willingly sharing your story. You're releasing updated versions of your story for profit. Why do you want to keep it behind closed doors?
Some cameras and filming and all that stuff, and luckily the judge granted me for it to be a closed court. So I
do think it's. I mean, I think it's incredibly sad.
For that,
it's very squalid and it's very sad, and it's like this awful toxic relationship exploding in public.
And everyone's judging. Everyone's judging.
Well, everyone's bound to judge,
so
aren't
nobody
they?
really knows what happens apart from those two.
Yeah, but it's human nature to judge. I don't think you can blame the public or even the media. These two are at each other's throats, and they're doing it in public. Everyone.
It's interesting. Yes, people are judging. That's true. She's correct in pointing out that people are judging. But if you're worried about being judged, that's a little bit different than worrying about being believed. Maybe she'll change up her wording. Maybe we'll get that out.
Everyone's going to have a view. But I agree with you. The moment that crosses into entertainment, then I think it devalues the issue that you've campaigned so courageously for. Mel, I've got to leave it there.
Your entertainment with your tan.
What's it going to do with my tan?
Are you living in LA or are you living here now because you've got your new job?
And look, if you just want to spit it out and you quite fancy the way I'm looking at the moment, just say it. It's fine. Just get it off your chest.
Don't.
Come on, you've been mentioning my tan 3 times now.
We had the charm coming out. So that was Piers Morgan and Mel B talking about the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. And they pull these, what quotes do they pull? So they're saying it's a very sensitive topic for me because it's so personal, but it's not entertainment for me. And what I worry about is the damage, blah, blah, blah. So that's the quote, not being believed. And then the complaint goes on to correct it by saying further, Newsweek reported on the interview with Piers Morgan 1 day later, whereby it discussed the 2018 release of Brutally Honest and named Mr. Belafonte explicitly in connection with the allegations of, quote, torment and physical abuse detailed in the memoir. And they put in the URL. So they're writing this article to get search engine juice, search engine hits off Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's name. On January 9th, 2023, at an appearance on Fox's Special Forces, Miss Brown stated as follows: since I came out of a really abusive relationship, for 10 years I was in that... The reminder of self-worthlessness and being called so many names day after day for 10 years. On January 18th, 2023, at an appearance on Live with Kelly and Ryan, Miss Brown stated as follows. It was a very horrific abusive relationship. At the time when I brought out my book in 2015, I was the only one talking about it. When you've gone through something like that, well, that's what? When you brought out your book in 2015, you're the only one talking about it. That's pretty bad because that means this information, you're saying that all this information comes from you. You're the one making the statements. These other outlets that are republishing on their own, like Newsweek, we just saw Newsweek republish. You're sitting here, it's coming from me. When you've gone through something like that, you feel so broken and you feel so worthless and low because you're being told day in and day out, the horrible things I got told for 10 years. Your confidence is on the floor. Put aside that, the physical abuse, the coercive control, the financial control, I was left in bits and pieces. On January 20th, 2023, at an appearance on The View, Miss Brown stated as follows. Unfortunately, I had a very abusive 10-year marriage. When you've been through something like that, you walk out of it feeling so broken and feeling so worthless, you're riddled with shame and guilt. On November 7th, 2023, at an appearance on Howie Mandel's podcast, Howie Mandel Does Stuff. I didn't know he had a podcast, okay. So she stated as follows. In response to Mr. Mandel's question whether she came really close to death, Miss Brown responded, "Oh yeah, many times, at the hands of my abuser." That the children witnessed it, the purported physical abuse, many times, and that she was too terrified to go to the police. More recently, with the 2024 republication of Brutally Honest, Miss Brown appeared on The View on March 25th, 2024, where she stated as follows. I was not in contact with my family and friends. I was isolated from my family. I was financially abused, emotionally abused. I saw it, the X Factor earnings, go into my account, and then he, Mr. Belafonte, took it out of my account. I never thought I'd be able to actually buy my own house because I was financially abused. This book is not a he said, she said. It's actually facts. Hence, I haven't been sued. It's been out quite some time. So this is the second time she's saying that I'm telling the truth because I haven't been sued yet. Even though we've seen that several people have sued her. On March 25th, 2024, at an appearance on Today with Hoda and Jenna, Miss Brown stated as follows, my very abusive 10-year marriage, so it's the same quote again. When you're in that kind of abusive relationship, you're separated from friends, your family, your close ones. On January 25th, 2024, on The Jennifer Hudson Show, I went through a 10-year terrible abusive marriage. An article published on February 23rd, 2024, by the U.S. Sun quoted her as follows. I didn't have access to a credit card during my relationship and was working 24/7. On January 9th, 2024, an appearance on The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon, I'd gone through a 10-year, very abusive relationship. On Relationship with Kami Crawford, that's hilarious, she saw me being sexually abused. He locked the bathroom door and left me to die, basically, and didn't let me go to the ambulance. But what did we see from her in the text messages where she's telling her friend that he's losing color from his face, his eyes are turning red, he's having a seizure on the floor, he's having trouble breathing. But then here she's like, he locked me in the bathroom and left me to die, basically. I was about to full-on charge him with domestic violence, kidnapping, one of my kids, everything. The above statements are knowingly and materially false. Mr. Belafonte has never physically, sexually, emotionally, or financially abused Miss Brown. Mr. Belafonte did not leave Miss Brown to die and did not block her from accessing life-saving assistance. Further, Miss Brown's account of the foregoing incident in Brutally Honest stands in stark contrast to her description of it in her TRO declaration, in which she stated as follows. In December 2014, Mr. Belafonte came to the UK. Mr. Belafonte's abuse, coupled with mind games, became overwhelming. In a moment of physical exhaustion, I took an entire bottle of aspirin. I immediately regretted the action. Entire bottle of aspirin. I immediately regretted the action and tried to call 999. And Mr. Belafonte blocked me from calling for help. He threw me in the bedroom without a phone and locked the door, telling me to die, bitch. I tried to break down the door, and eventually I was able to break the lock as it was very old. Seeing that I opened the door, Mr. Belafonte pushed it shut. Each time, I would pry the door open and try to squeeze out. Mr. Belafonte would slam the door in my head. I kept telling him that I wanted to get my stomach pumped, and I begged him to let me out. At some point, my friend Randy came over, but forced him to leave. My friend Randy came over, but Stephen forced him to leave? Randy apparently called an ambulance for me, but Mr. Belafonte turned it away. In fact, Mr. Belafonte promptly called poison control to ascertain whether he could quickly assist Miss Brown prior to the arrival of an ambulance. At no point did Mr. Belafonte prevent Miss Brown from contacting an ambulance or otherwise calling for help. In fact, an ambulance did arrive, and it was Miss Brown who refused to get in it. Guys, why do we think we want court proceedings closed if we wrote a tell-all book? Why do we think we want court proceedings closed to the public? In this instance. I can understand why it would be humiliating to share publicly and make something public record that isn't in a book already for the public to read. So in this instance is what I'm asking that question about. Instead, she continuously demanded to be taken to Simon Cowell's home. What? So she's asking, he's telling me to die in the bathroom. He's withholding medical care. But he's saying, no, I called poison control to see what I could do before the ambulance would get there. If there's anything I could do to make it better in the short amount of time that, life is precious. Things can change in a second. You gotta move quick. Whatever. But instead, she continuously demanded to be taken to Simon Cowell's home. At no point did Miss Belafonte lock the door on Miss Brown or otherwise block the way to prevent Miss Brown from getting out of the apartment to seek medical assistance, nor did any physical interaction take place between Miss Brown and Mr. Belafonte. Contrary to her internally inconsistent accounts of this incident, Miss Brown had locked herself in the children's bedroom, not the bedroom she shared with Mr. Belafonte, nor the bathroom as is claimed in Brutally Honest. Like most conventional bedroom doors, this door was I knew it was coming! This is another Amber Heard detail. Like most conventional bedroom doors, this door was only capable of being locked from the inside, where Miss Brown was located, and not from the outside. In any event, Miss Brown and Mr. Belafonte were not alone the night of the suicide attempt. Both the nanny Lorraine Gills and Miss Brown's driver Chris Little were present. Miss Gills provided a lengthy deposition concerning how the evening played out, and Mr. Little confirmed that no physical altercation occurred. Mr. Belafonte did not isolate Miss Brown from her friends and family. Throughout the entirety of their marriage, Miss Brown continued to enjoy a vibrant and active social life, with full freedom to arrange her day-to-day life as she saw fit. Attached as Exhibit 10 are a small sampling of photographs of Miss Brown and various of her friends demonstrating the falsity of her statements regarding social isolation. On the contrary, upon information and belief, Miss Brown's family members, either with her or on their own, sold to the media false, harmful stories about Mr. Belafonte to the media, and false stories about Miss Brown. Attached as Exhibit 11 is a series of email communications showing the sale of false stories about Mr. Belafonte by Miss Brown's family members. Okay, we're going to Exhibit 10 and 11. Exhibit 10 is probably going to be Instagram photos. But remember I said earlier there's going to be some email communications. Just by the way they're wording it, they have some correspondence as records from these publications. But these are the crazy text messages again. I don't remember what this would have been for. So she's out hanging out in Vegas. Is this one of them? Yeah, 2009. So she's out and about, backing that ass up out of Vegas. Oh wait. So maybe these text messages were between friends. Okay, so a friend must have leaked these. I won't get mad if you don't lie. Please don't lie to me. I want to hear it from you and not find out from someone else. What's all this about? Yes, I hooked up with Tasha the other day. Call the room leaving in 5 for radio. Just tried FaceTiming you off to radio. Hey honey, love you so much. Have fun today. Still not getting my text. Just got love you, baby. Now, it's hard to say because this could be talking to, it seems like lovey-dovey, but she kind of uses the same language with her friends, too. The other friend had her tagged in the phone as wife, so I don't know. I think I'm confused by the context of this text message. Maybe it's just saying she was hanging out with her friend Tasha and thus not isolated. But yeah, so we have this hilarious picture. Mel B in Vegas. She's getting on a plane with one of her friends. Oh, that's Tasha. Okay, so she's hanging out with Tasha. That was who was mentioned in the text. And then a helicopter. They're going to Coachella with Lindsay Love. These are chopped off, but dancing with another girl while joining in. They're on a boat. And then here's the emails, guys. This is Exhibit 11. It's really weird that they don't have, right? There's no sections here. I'm not seeing it that say, like, this is Exhibit 10 and now we're on Exhibit 11. But it says, My Crazy Mother. The Sun newspaper is relaunching this Sunday, and guess who has sold another story on me? Yep. That's right, my mother again. This is going to Mark Sutton. So it seems Mark Sutton replies, Are you serious? And then Mark replies to Melanie, Call me if you can. I'm in the Sheraton Grand, whatever, in Bangkok. And then they give the room number. And then Mark says, Do you know what she has said? So maybe Mark's her agent. And then Melanie said, Nope, it's true. The Sun newspaper on a weekend is relaunching this Sunday, and my mother just paid £20,000 for her story. My mother was just paid £20,000 for her story. What a biatch. My sister, Danilel, was heard bragging about it, and that's how I got told what cunts. So Mark says to Melanie, But who told you? 20 euros? 20 grand euros? Are you serious? Or pounds? Is that the pound symbol? I don't know. Sorry. I don't know currencies. And then Mark says from USA to me is, and then gives the address again. And then Melanie says, that's what Danielle was boasting about. Melanie says, calling you right now. P is on Twitter, and then there's a handle. Mark says, call me back. Mark says, Ian watching P. Is that Pierce maybe? Pierce Morgan? How long is Pierce? Let me look up Pierce's handle. I mean, maybe he would have changed it in the air. His handle's long because it's Pierce Morgan, currently. It's probably not him, but whatever. Someone with P, and then Ian's watching it, so. And then, is this another one? Team, just a heads up on this UK tabloid story, and it's forwarded, FYI, Mel B's family feud deepens after they accuse the X Factor star of bending the truth about her tough upbringing. So her family's selling stories to the media saying Mel B is telling lies about how we brought her up. So Kim Esland is sending something to Melissa Nakamura and CCing Raina Falcon, saying, Team, just a heads up on this UK tabloid story. Mel B's family feud deepens after the star's bending the truth about her tough upbringing. Mel B's family have blasted the X Factor star after she claimed to have been brought up in a tough area of Leeds on the ITV show. So her family's saying she's lying, but they're getting paid for their stories, so. Viewers saw the former Spice Girl tell contestant Kaylee Manners that she had grown up in the same part of the city as her on last week's show. This picture from the interview. Oh, Mel and her mom, Andrea. Before Kaylee added, the place where I come from gets quite a bad name, but Mel B was brought up in the same area, so it makes you realize people from that place can still make it and get somewhere. But Mel's mom, Andrea, blasted her daughter's claims, revealing she actually grew up in a semi-detached house in a completely different part of town. Melanie was brought up in Hare Hills? Well, that's news to us. It's always been Kirkstall, the other side of town, she told the Mirror. Mel's sister Danielle added, that's what happens when you forget your roots. I might start saying I grew up in Buckingham Palace. Oh my god. So it's Mel and the sister in happier times. So they're probably going to go on that the family is disputing the claims that she's making. So that's crazy. And then There's a bunch of other stories that, so this must be like the management or PR team emailing each other, because here's another article, Mel B family feud on X Factor, also getting picked up by the Mirror. Mom slams Mel B. Daily Mail, Mel B accused of lying, family claiming tough times. UK celebrity at Yahoo. Mel B seems to have forgotten where she came from. Oops. And then MTV UK. Mel B's mom denies impoverished childhood. And then Melanie says, so Mel B answers, yes, it came out over the weekend. I already said no comment. It's her email. We are not responding to calls or emails. We do not discuss, confirm, deny anything on your personal life. So sorry you have to deal with this nonsense. Yeah, it's her PR team. Good. No need for sorry. My family are weirdo cunts. That's why I haven't spoken to them in years. It's old news. Kim says, FYI, so get it. I don't talk to any of the dicks that I'm related to. Only my baby sister and my gramps. The rest, not in 15 plus years. Dicks. And then this says my sister. And then it says Mel B is in reply to Becca Cripps. I'm lost for words. Tried calling you last night as my sister. As my sister tweeted how I had stood her up to come over to yours. Then she proceeded to go on tweeting how bad it is I stood her up after 3 years. Becca, you saw me calling her, texting her your address. She was fully aware where I was a whole hour before she started tweeting all these horrible remarks. She never once called my mobile or picked up any of my calls. She's so sick, it's frightening. Then when I wake up, I just get 6 texts all to my mobile calling me the worst names under the sun. Oh, so the sister's also calling her the worst names under the sun. I'm pregnant and she is evil. I'm truly done with trying ever again with her. And then Rebecca responds, Christ, what a complete mess. Did you arrange to see her last night then? Or is it just a maybe? It doesn't sound right to describe it as being stood up. And what is she thinking, putting it on Twitter? That's awful. Still, I don't think you could really expect her to come over to Northwest London at 11:30 at night. It's the opposite direction to her home. And then now the message is called My Evil Family. And it's to Mark. We have more. Can you believe it? They sold another story to OK Mag about me and Stephen again. Can you get it for me and tell me what it says, please? I've had enough. I wonder if I can sue for defamation of character. Mark says, I'll go buy it this morning. What did they say? What's their fucking problem? Me, Mel B is the subject line here. So Mel B sends to Dr. Sophie. That's the one that the nanny was saying, hey, the Mel B was trying to get their psychiatrist to prescribe them extra pills in my name. Xmas greetings. What you doing for New Year? Is your friend having her Xmas party again? Oh Lord, it just doesn't stop. My sister sold another story again to UK OK Mag, saying how she hates Stephen and I. I swear because she's getting no... Oh, she doesn't just hate Stephen. She hates Stephen and you. I swear because she's getting no response on any level. She's going nuts making herself look like some fame-hungry, jealous sister. So Charles Sophie responds, not sure about party, but let's do something. I will see about other parties too. Need Stephen to text or email me, please. In New York for today's show. Back tomorrow. Need to see P at Meds. How is Hacker? And then this might be another exhibit. Oh, no. Okay. So this text message. And she is dead sober saying this and has talked with Dr. Sophie. And whoever it's sent is this person P. Oh, so this is from Stephen's phone. And this person P is responding to Stephen. I know, Stephen, but she makes my life hell anyways. I literally have half a year left of senior year. I just want to finish. I have basketball and school and after school stuff. I'm not doing this to piss her off. I'm doing this so I can finish school and not wake up at 5 a.m. and drive an hour to school every day. If she wants to send me away when there's a half a year left of senior year. Is this for one of her daughters, PB? Wasn't one of her daughters initialed as P? She wants to send me away when there's a half year left of senior year. She can. I don't care, but that doesn't make any sense for her to do that. She has my number, she can text me, but I'm going to stay with Izzy till she gets back. And then P and it's blocked out. I think this is the daughter. You have to think about this. You are still a kid living under your... And then it says, is she really mad at me? Is there no way she'll let me go to this really important thing for just 2 hours? Can you please just do me a huge favor? What's the favor? I'm going to leave for an hour, 2 hours max. Can you cover for me and make sure my mom doesn't need Doesn't ask or need me for anything. Please, I'll do whatever. It's really important. Can you please do that? She's asleep now. I'm going to the restaurant in 30. So can you please cover for me if she asks, please? Where did you go? I left. I tipped the guy. Was trying to intro you to Ashley Simpson to work on her clothing line. His wife, he was Evan Ross. Yeah, I know. I want to do it. Tell them I want to do clothes. Call me. Hey, what's up? Hey, Steven, for my birthday, I think this is P's new number. Can you call your rappers or whoever and have someone perform for my birthday? Okay, let's see. Awesome. Hey, Mom said you have the party info. Can I have it, please? Hey, who can you have perform my birthday at such late notice? Bow Wow? Question mark. This might just be to show, like, ongoing relationship with the older daughter. So here they are holding fish that they may have caught. And then we can jump back up. They're showing pictures that he has a relationship with the kid. And then I don't know what this is going to be, but it looks like we get another dramatic email here. So we left off, we bled into Exhibit 12. But let's see, we were on like page 39. Mr. Belafonte never kept firearms in the couple's marital home. The false statements regarding Mr. Belafonte's gun possession, when considered alone and without innuendo, charge him with the infamous crime of unlawful, intent to subject him to hatred, distrust, contempt, and therefore constitute defamation per se. Mr. Belafonte has never taken photographs or videos of a graphic or intimate nature depicting Miss Brown without her knowledge and consent. Further, Mr. Belafonte has never threatened to release photographs or videos of a graphic or intimate nature depicting Miss Brown. In fact, as communications definitively will show, it was Miss Brown who surreptitiously took intimate videos of Mr. Brown. Of Mr. Belafonte? And shared them with third parties without his consent. Such false statements accusing him of the despicable and criminal act while perpetrating the same act on her own caused further emotional distress and reputational harm to Mr. Belafonte. And they're going to go through. They're going to say, he's never kidnapped anyone. He's never abused emotionally or physically his children or stepchildren or otherwise endangered his children. He's never left porn magazines in PB's bathroom, never beat PB's dog in front of PB, and has always had an appropriate, even amicable relationship with PB. So that's what they're showing in Exhibit 12. There's a small sampling of messages between them. Upon information and belief. Okay. Upon information and belief. We talked about this earlier. Daughter writing the chapter for the book. Mel B saying she's adamant. She wanted to say it. I didn't want her to say it. She was adamant she had to say it. But here, upon information and belief. There could be a receipt. Miss Brown directed PB to contribute a false narrative in her book and threatened to cut her off if she did not comply. Miss Brown and her mother Andrea also pursued extreme measures to convince AB to distrust and fear Mr. Belafonte. Such actions were intended to and did cause serious emotional distress. Now, the extra layer here is it appears that Mel B has had someone else come forward and say, look, I was a party to some of the stuff that was, not a party, I was a witness to some of the stuff that happened between them, but Mel B is asking me, Your Honor, to come lie to you, Your Honor, and she wants me to tell you things that didn't actually happen. And I'm not going to do that. But I'm letting you know, she tried to direct me to come to you in this court of law, Your Honor, and tell me things that did, tell you things that did not happen. So here we're saying, also on, upon information and belief, Miss Brown may have also directed her own daughter to contribute a false narrative in her book and threatened to cut her off completely if she did not comply. Do you think the daughter may have texted Stephen something about this? Or there's a statement somewhere? There's something somewhere. What's this information? Upon what information? Where is it? Miss Brown and her mother Andrea also pursued these extreme measures. Mr. Belafonte has never abused or otherwise endangered any pets or animals. Mr. Belafonte was not motivated by a jealous rage when he got involved in a bar fight at the Mayfair Hotel in London in 2010. Rather, he rushed to Miss Brown's defense after a couple of intoxicated strangers for behaving in an aggressive manner and making obscene remarks about Miss Brown. Furthermore, when London police arrived on the scene, they did not seek to arrest Mr. Belafonte nor press charges against him. In fact, the police asked Mr. Belafonte if he would like to press charges against the strangers, which Mr. Belafonte declined to pursue. Mr. Belafonte has never misappropriated or otherwise appropriated for his own use any funds earned by Mel B from the X Factor or other avenues. Mr. Belafonte did not transfer any funds from Miss Brown's bank accounts, unbeknownst to Miss Brown. Oh, unbeknownst to her, okay. I thought I was saying transfer it back to her. At all relevant times, an accountant engaged by the couple would direct payments and oversee the couple's marital finances, and all such actions taken by the accountant exceeding $5,000 required Miss Brown to personally authorize the transaction. Indeed, forensic accountants retained by the couple during their divorce proceedings concluded that there was no indication that Mr. Belafonte ever misappropriated Miss Brown's earnings. On the contrary, shortly before she filed her divorce and TRO papers, Miss Brown directed the accountant to close the marital joint bank account and open a new bank account to move all the couple's funds, along with future incoming funds, into her new account, leaving Mr. Belafonte with nothing. So he's referencing, forensics that they both retained. He's referencing filings that were made in court. She was saying in her book and in interviews, he left me with $936 and took everything from my bank account. What do you think is more credible? The complaint that is referencing prior litigation and forensics that were retained by both parties, referencing specific transfers and the creation and closing of accounts, which there would all be records for, or someone saying in a book and in an interview, he took all my money, left me with $900. This seems like one of those reasons you would want any future court proceedings about this defamation to take place behind closed doors. No sunshine. Why? If you've already talked about it all in your book. Miss Brown was not left with $936 upon leaving Mr. Belafonte, as she claims in Brutally Honest and elsewhere, nor was she left without a credit card. Rather, on March 15, 2017, Miss Brown entered into a lease for a luxurious mansion in Beverly Hills, California, where her monthly rent was $27,000, and the requisite security deposit was $54,000. Jesus Christ. Further, bank statements produced by Miss Brown. These are all the records, right? You can't just make up stuff where there's a paper trail like this. So she's saying she had $936, but she enters into a lease for something that's $27,000 a month and had to put up a security deposit of $54,000. And then worse, the statements she produced show that she had a six-figure account balance during this time. She was also receiving $25,000 a month in child support from Eddie Murphy and was in possession of hundreds of thousands of dollars of jewelry, including her $250,000 wedding ring and $80,000 Rolex watch. Then they're attaching a redacted copy of one of Miss Brown's credit cards, a Visa Black Card, which, it's for higher spenders. Miss Brown's lease agreement dated March 15th, a redacted copy of a bank statement in the name of her corporation, Osiris Inc., dated March 31st, 2017, and deposition testimony from the couple's accountant, Michael Sobelman. So he's speaking. Defendant's actions caused plaintiff to be kicked out of his house while she lived in a separate Beverly Hills home. Her emptying the couple's bank accounts left plaintiff homeless, sleeping in his car with no money or home, while the media printed one article or another about what a monster plaintiff was. Miss Brown's actions of harassment, abuse, and defamation led to plaintiff not being able to see his daughter or stepdaughter, whom he raised for 10 years, and forced plaintiff to endure unimaginable personal distress, financial ruin, public humiliation, and false criminal charges. As a result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has endured years of waking up to articles about him being accused of beating his wife. Defendant's actions led the FBI, ATF, and police showing up at the plaintiff's house with the gossip website TMZ filming. So FBI, ATF, and police know to show up, and TMZ's there. TMZ is right there. For years, plaintiff has been forced to live in fear and stress from monthly attacks by his ex-wife, from internationally broadcasted media interviews, a best-selling book, and countless social media posts. As a result of defendant's actions, plaintiff has suffered from severe PTSD. He is frequently unable to sleep at night due to sweats and bouts of terror. In addition, defendant's acts have caused plaintiff to suffer from severe panic attacks and related physical health issues, including high blood pressure, requiring medication treatment of amlodipine. So I don't really know the exact specifics of this, but it seems like he has some documentation that he's pursued treatment from something that relates to this type of thing. I know drugs can be prescribed to treat multiple things. So maybe he's taking this medication, he has receipt of this medication, but maybe we'll be missing the appropriate underlying diagnosis, why he's actually saying he's taking these. But at the very least, he's got some type of receipt. He's gone to receive some type of treatment. You know, if this case moves forward, her side can request an IME, a court-ordered medical evaluation, to say, like, all right, he is actually suffering from the psychological damage that he's claiming has damaged him, right? To prove the damages claim for that regard. So it's a pretty big thing to claim. And if you've paid attention to the Amber Heard and Depp trial, which she's clearly been asked about and thought about, I don't know if he has, you don't really want to go and claim you have PTSD unless you're ready for the court to really examine and have you examined, potentially to see if you really, you know, give you a CAPS 5 test, see if you meet the criteria, see if maybe you're just feigning that you have a diagnosis, you're self-diagnosing, but you're really feigning. It's a big leap to claim this as part of a filing, that you're suffering damages from something that needs to be diagnosed. It's a big leap. So first claim for relief is defamation per se, because a lot of the things have to be, you know, the sex, the extortion, battery, raping, all these different things. Defamation per se. Defamation by implication. So those times where there was like pictures side by side, or the marriage of 10 years, the 10-year relationship, that's why they wanted to include in this filing multiple examples of this 10-year relationship. She repeatedly referred to the experience of abuse. Every time she referred to it, she would refer to this 10-year relationship, which the obvious implication to any reasonable person would be that it was about him, even if she didn't say his name completely. And then intentional infliction of emotional distress. And then what does he want as prayer for relief? So judgment of the claims set forth above, an award of compensatory damages according to proof at trial, but in an amount no less than $5 million, as well as punitive and exemplary damages were authorized. An order adjoining. So all of this in the complaint, guys. We gotta pause. And I appreciate your insight on here, especially like Barbara, Daisy, Pam, if you're still in here. You know, Eliza's in here earlier, but I know it's probably late by her. She's probably out of here. When we started this video, we saw the headlines. The headlines were all about how he wants $5 million. All right, fair enough, because I have those same questions when I first hear about a civil lawsuit filing, a defamation. I want to know, how much money do they want? I always want to know that. It's good to know. It could mean something. It could show motive for filing, even if the claims underlying it might not be credible. There's still a reason to file besides just getting your truth out there, right? You know, you got to look at it. But all these other things, is there anything else at all that you may have headlined if you read this complaint? If you were writing those articles and you wanted someone to be interested in something new, something worth reporting, something crazy, something clickbait, would you focus on the $5 million? Or would you focus on something else that was alleged in this complaint? As I tell you right now, when the roles are reversed, The thing that makes the headline is usually, oh, someone alleges blackmail, someone alleges strangulation, someone alleges this crazy story, this freak off. Those are the things that make the headlines. But here, all of those things, when you search Stephen Belafonte lawsuit, that was the phrase that I had typed in when I saw the initial headlines. It was my first search. All of the headlines, he wants $5 million, 5 million euros, whatever, 5 million, 5 million, 5 million. None of these other things were put into the headline. And that's weird because there's a lot of other things that could have been a standout headline. It's very, very, very interesting. He also wants an order enjoining defendant and those in active concert with the defendant from publishing any further defamatory statements regarding Mr. Belafonte. So this is the injunctive relief type stuff. An order enjoining defendant from speaking about Brutally Honest or Mr. Belafonte in any public appearances and interviews. An order directing defendant to undertake such remedial efforts as the court deems necessary to restore Mr. Belafonte's reputation, pre-judgment and post-judgment interest at the applicable rate, an award for reasonable attorney's fees, costs, and disbursements where applicable, and such other further relief the court deems just and proper. And then give me a trial by jury. And guess what? Do you think he's going to let this be televised? Do you think he's going to want them to be televised? All my business, the worst she could say about me, maybe she'll come up with new things. It's all in her book already. She's done these interviews. She's been on TV all over the place with it. Is there what's the real risk of Mr. Belafonte asking the court, hey, televise this? And it's in Florida. We are a sunshine-heavy state. We want transparency in the courtrooms and with court records. When I request information on the Courtney Clenny case, it is by far the fastest return on the records request. For a lot of media files too, right? They're sending me videos, stuff has to be redacted. They're not that strict with the redactions, but still when you go through a video, they've got to look at certain things. They got to mute out things where stuff is being said. But turnaround's really quick. Florida, Sunshine State, transparency in the courtroom. He wants a jury trial. And I can tell you right now, if this goes to trial, this is Scary Spice. This is a Spice Girl. People are going to call this Depp vs. Heard 2.0. Maybe we're at a 3.0 or 4.0 at this point. If this goes to trial, it might not be as big as a Depp vs. Heard trial. Could be really close. It could be as big. She's really well known. And people might be wanting to look for round 2 of the Depp vs. Heard trial. And what did we hear her say? What did we hear Mel B say on the Piers Morgan show? What was her big concern? She wants to be behind closed doors. She was asked what the Depp vs. Heard trial is making her think about in 2022. She doesn't want to go through the same thing. She wants it to be behind closed doors. Because she doesn't want to be judged. Which, understandable, until you consider that she's already published books and done interviews and all of that. So anyway, he filed this 2 days ago. And he's got his attorneys here. I might look at them. I don't know them offhand. I don't know, they kind of look like unique names and maybe I should recognize them. But they're from a law firm in New York. These 2 pro hoc vice applications here. 2 of these attorneys are coming from New York. So I want to look up their cases. And then there's more exhibits we didn't go through. What if we scroll to the bottom? We got anything interesting? This must be all. Oh, we have depositions. Depositions from. We've got her wire transfers, her credit cards, her corporation, and then we're going to have her lease. And then they said that we would have the deposition, right? Or some type of statement from the black card. They put the picture of the card. I wonder where they got this picture. Is that her fingernail? Did they have her phone records or something and they pulled, sometimes you have to take a picture of a card to verify stuff. Am I missing the statement from... Oh, here, okay. So this is, let's see, you testified that, this is their accountant. You testified that in 2014 or 2015, Mel sent that instruction to you and members of your staff. You can't recall if she copied Mr. Belafonte on it. But Mel is calling the shots. And your staff would only communicate with Melanie because of Stephen's aggressive contact. No, and that's not the reason why. Oh, this is going to eat her up. She's trying to call the shots. And she was trying to call the shots not because of Stephen's aggressive conduct. That wasn't the reason for it. She doesn't copy on Mr. Belafonte on the communication she's having with the accountant when she's instructing him to do things. And she wants to authorize personally all transactions exceeding $5,000. You remember that, right? I do. It does not say all transactions that I want to do. She wants to authorize all and any transactions exceeding $5,000. So they object. And this is a deposition. So when you see objections like this, it's if this comes into play into court and this person does not come to testify in person, but they're allowed to bring his deposition into the trial instead, we might not see some of the answers. The judge would weigh on these objections before deciding what parts of this deposition could come forward in front of the jury. Right? But here we're able to see it all because the objection, this is taking place without a judge in the room. Do you recall the events locker investment? No. You don't recall that? No, not right now. Do you recall an investment in an internet site or an application, if you will, to book events that one could do online? Maybe vaguely, but it's very vague. If there were any transactions exceeding $5,000 after you received that email from Melanie, would it be fair to say that your firm would not have issued any checks or wire transfers unless you specifically had an email authorization from Melanie? He says, all I can say is we were trying to do our best. I'm certain we could have missed a few because there's a lot of volume. We would try. With respect to the Serafina documents, just so I'm clear, Serafina investment, I should say, when transactions were made, such as payments to vendors, payments for equipment, etc., how would you normally notate that? If somebody said, we need a $500,000 wire or a $200,000 wire, how would you internally document what that wire was for? So Mr. Wright, that's the other attorney, wants to clarify, are you referring to capital investment or are you referring to the day-to-day? And then Ms. Jammer says, any and all expenses, monies that were used for the Serafina restaurant. And then it looks like it cuts. All right, so this is jumping all over the place. And then Melanie's instructing him to close Osiris Corp. That was her corporation. Did she instruct you to separate the finances? Yes. Did she instruct you to open a new corporation for her? Yes. She wants to separate all the funds, and then she's going to take all the funds. And that was the formal corp that you opened. It is formal. Did she provide you with any other instructions with respect to those parties' finances? I don't know. I can't remember very much. Did you manage any of Formal Corp's transactions and business accounts? I don't remember. If we did, it was not a significant amount. They were probably a little bit in the beginning. At any time prior to April 1st of 2017, did Stephen ever instruct you to close Osiris Inc.? Osiris? Yeah. No. Did he ever instruct you to separate bank accounts? No. Did he ever instruct you to open a brand new account for his income and Melanie's income? No. And what I'd like to say is, Formel came about because she was worried that the money was going to disappear. That's what it was done for. So this is not good for, not necessarily bad, but it's not great for Belafonte. So that's what it was done for. She was also worried that she was trying to get money to move out of the house. She was frightened. She told me that. And you believed her? Well, I'm not a doctor or psychologist. I listen to clients. If she says she's frightened, I have to assume she's telling the truth. When Melanie gave you all these instructions in April of 2017, you didn't check with Stephen. You went ahead and followed her instructions, didn't you? We formed Formel. I just need a yes or no. You didn't check with Stephen. You followed her instructions, didn't you? Ms. Weisner objects. It's argumentative. We did not. Can you let him answer without relax? You don't have to be nasty. Let me finish. I love depositions. Did you follow her instructions? Yes or no? We followed her instructions because I don't need a because. The because is important. I don't need a because. Quit arguing with the witness. This is important. Oh my gosh. But he goes on to say, I'm not a psychologist, but when people say they're worried or they're worried for their children's safety, I'm not going to say, well, let's see if they are. I listened to her. I don't know. So we did go ahead. We knew she was renting a house. We knew she wanted to get out of there. She asked us, and you could tell there was fright in her voice. Do not give a phone number or address to Stephen. Now, what's the problem with this? You know, this could be like a go bag, an exit plan. You could really be worried about your safety and planning for your finances to be able to get out, which is something that you may have to do if you're in a situation that's really dangerous. But you don't go and write interviews and books and say, he took everything from me and I only had $900 and I didn't have a credit card. I didn't have anything. That's the problem here. So she's doing all these things. She's moving her hand over here, but she's giving these public interviews and writing this book with her hands over here. It looks like, if you consider those two things together, she preemptively planned this out and played the accountant to inadvertently help her enact this plan. That wasn't for her safety, but was for her to make sure she had the money, even though she's going to go tell the public she had nothing. So, Belafonte's attorney says, I'm not asking you any of that. She was the boss. She instructed you and you followed the instructions? No, she was fearful. She was fearful. Miss Weisner says, argumentative. Ms. Jamra says, even if she was fearful, did you check with Mr. Belafonte? No, because that may have put her and the kids in harm's way. Whether it was right or wrong, I don't know, but she was fearful. That's my opinion. Wasn't Osiris in both their names? It is in both their names. Didn't you have an equal duty to both parties? Objection calls for legal conclusion. He's not here to testify with respect to duties or legal entities. As a CPA, they were both your clients, weren't they? Osiris was our client. And individually, you were preparing both of their tax returns. You were handling both of their accounts, correct? We resigned, and Stephen knew we were going to resign. I told him we were going to need to resign because of this. We waited a few days, mainly until we got a lay of the land. He knew we were going to resign, that we had to. Did Stephen ever ask you to keep transactions secret from Melanie? I don't recall that. Did Stephen ever ask you to withhold reports from Melanie? I don't recall that. Did Stephen ever ask you to lie about instructions he was giving you? No. Meaning to Melanie? No. When the New York City condo sold New York City for profit, where did it go? What bank account? And then it cuts off. Now, this is... Guys. All right, so we're winding it down. That's all we're going to do. I think it'd be really interesting to do a chat some other time, you know. Get together, see what else people know about their relationship from the past. Because, you know, I don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about the Spice Girls. But this stuff, guys, if this goes to trial, that last bit that we just looked at, that attached exhibit, you know, I said a few times throughout this, we're reading a complaint from one party. It's obviously going to be in terms that are favorable to him. And, you know, it was like, what was the exact page count here? We got 124 pages of things that, you know, could be only favorable to Belafonte. And they could be horrible and exaggerative and hyperbolic towards Mel B. But they do include this stuff at the bottom from the accountant that is, you know, some of it's pretty adverse. I'm sure some of these things that are being stated here by the accountant, that if this goes to trial, or we'll even see it in a response, Melanie's attorneys, and they're probably well aware, if she's going to use the same attorneys that sat during this deposition, maybe she'll have the same ones, maybe she'll hire new people. But we're surely going to see her pull certain quotes from this deposition with the accountant. Like, oh, well, he believed that she was scared. It was apparent. It was obvious. He was so dangerous that it was. But he still included it. He still included it. He didn't try to cut out parts of the transcript, only give us that first page where, you know, you never saw Stephen be aggressive. That wasn't the reason why you were only talking to Melanie. right? You were already only talking to Melanie even before she told you she was scared, right? That's kind of what we're getting out of it. But he didn't try to like cut out and take out these statements or leave out this statement in this filing that, yeah, she did tell someone that she felt scared. And a lot of people will believe that because she told one person, she's automatically telling the truth because she told somebody contemporaneously. But he left it in there anyway, which I think is fair. But other than that, guys, I did not expect this type of result from reading this filing. There is a lot in here. And she's such a high-profile person. He is not so much. If this goes to trial, it's in Florida. We can watch it. We can watch it. But other than that, I'll probably do something shorter on this content to pull out certain clips, because this is really long, but it was actually way more interesting than I thought it would be. You guys have called a lot of contradictions out. You've noticed some things about her body language. I see Denise, you came in here. Hey, Denise, you'll have to look at this video from the beginning because I don't have a clue other than MB being sued. Yeah, that's how I came into it. And then looking for comments on verdict on the New Jersey verse for the son's death. Wait, is that the treadmill case? I hate calling it the treadmill case, but now I can't remember the kid's name. And he was guilty. Is that what you're referring to? Was that in New Jersey? I think that's what you're talking about, right? So yeah, Christopher Greger, yeah, known as Treadmill Dad, found guilty. So I know you've been following that case, so. And I never got a chance to. I heard like the details before it started, but didn't get to follow once the trial actually started. But like, what a sad story either way. And then, let's see. Barbara says, I hate spending euros and dollars, but God forbid I get my hands on pounds. I spend those like Doctor Who money. Then yeah, this was like way messier than I expected. This will definitely get some attention. She's high profile. Maybe, I'm sure Pam's at work, but if Pam brings this up, this is a shenanigan and a half. So shout out to Pam Entertainment TV. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not going to say I'm sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if she has some thoughts and insights to share on Scary Spice, Eddie Murphy, Stephen Belafonte. Other than that, this might not be the end of this story. We might cover more. I'll certainly cover a response if we get one. She's got the money to settle. She might be smart to settle. She might be really smart to settle. But I don't think she will. I think she'll want to keep talking. Let's see, you guys. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for sharing all the details that you pulled out throughout the way or knew from other contexts about their relationship. It's always awesome to have the chat, and I can't wait to run into a chat room when someone else is on the screen. See you in the next video, whether it's mine or in the chat room for someone else. You guys all have a good Friday night. Bye!